Testing, testing. So we're back on the record in our proceedings regarding EmPOWER. And
Okay.
yeah, go ahead.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Andrew Schlicht on the behalf of staff, SCHLICHT. We're going to get started today with the Moderate Income Work Group. As discussed with the utility presentations from the previous EmPOWER hearing, stakeholders for the Moderate Income Work Group are continuing to work on improving the implementation of these initiatives. Survey questions for participants regarding their income bracket, as mentioned in the June report, are being prepared for distribution. Stakeholders, meanwhile, have been able to further refine the data regarding the estimated number of moderate income households in each service territory. Importantly, communications between the utilities and DHCD also remain open and ongoing. These communications help ensure that prospective participants are referred to the most appropriate implementer. The work group does not have any requests at this time. However, regarding some of the concerns raised by Chair Hoover and Commissioner Linton during the previous hearing, we are certainly open as a work group to having discussions on what impacts the program may experience when it comes to the uncertainties that are occurring at the federal level. We do not have information pertaining to these forecasts at the time, but we are certainly open to those discussions. Staff is available for questions and turns to stakeholders for any additional comments.
Okay, well, let me first start. Any questions for staff? Oh, seeing none. Any stakeholders wish to make any comments on this? Seeing none. Okay.
All right, the next work group that we would like to discuss is for the ERPI residential new home construction data. So as part of Commission Order 91-711, the Commission directed the utilities to provide additional data within their EmPOWER reports. Specifically, the order adopted the recommendations of the Maryland Energy Efficiency Advocates to have the utilities provide data on the number of new households by type that are connected to the natural gas and electric systems for both EmPOWER and non-EmPOWER participating households. The utilities responded by making an additional filing, stating that components of the order could not be reasonably fulfilled. It was therefore decided through Commission Order 91-805 that staff would facilitate discussions between stakeholders to determine what amounts of data could be reasonably provided and craft a consensus position. Through these discussions, stakeholders came to a written consensus provided in the report. Effectively, the utilities will provide what data they can. Stakeholders acknowledge that some of this data has not fully been verified. Additionally, the utilities will state which sets of data are not presently available. Importantly, the provision of this data will be done without incurring additional costs to ratepayers. Similarly, staff is available for questions and turns to stakeholders for additional comment.
So, any question? Commissioner Sussman.
So has the group looked at the difference in value between air source and ground source heat pumps for new construction?
The work group has not focused on the specific appliances. The work group has focused on what's going to be the best way to obtain data for, when these houses are built. Are they connected to the gas grid? Are they connected to the electric grid? And which of those service territories are they in? The focus of the group has been on collecting that data.
Okay, but is there any focus in any group on the different values of appliances, the beneficial values of appliances?
Not in this work group. Not in this one.
So is there any work group that would be looking at the difference in value between ground source and air source heat pumps?
I can't quite speak for every single work group, but I get the sense that that can be something either done through the midstream or through future programming work groups to try and figure out what would be best.
Hi, Commissioner Sutton. I'll just add that as part of the evaluations, we have we look at ground source heat pumps as well as air source heat pumps, and therefore have at the measure level and also at a program level have benefits and costs related to them. So
Okay,
it
but
provides that.
is there a in looking at the different values of air source versus ground source, is there an effort to, for example, give greater subsidies to ground source to the extent that ground source provides greater value than air source?
Yeah, and I think the incentives are higher for ground source, but I defer to the utilities on that in terms of how they're investigating.
This is for new build.
Yeah.
That for new build,
Yeah.
the subsidies are higher for ground source than air source?
No, I'm saying this would be a question for the utilities in terms of program design.
Okay. I
I'm
wonder
just
if
saying
there's
we
a
would provide
utility in
input.
the audience here who would be able to
Well,
answer
actually,
my question.
before,
Good
the
morning.
one who spoke, the individual just spoke before, I need you to identify who you are for the record, though.
Yes, Joe Loper. I'm with Loper Energy, the
Okay.
independent evaluator.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. Next.
Good morning, Eric Rupko, RIOPKO, from Baltimore Gas and Electric.
Right.
Commissioner, to your question, we do offer a higher incentive for the ground source heat pumps over the air source heat pumps based on kind of the savings that we're getting from them.
Okay, for new construction.
For new construction, the focus of the residential new construction program is focused on the envelope of the house, but we do offer incentive for heat pumps in the new construction program.
Okay, and you have a differential between ground source and new source and air source?
We are offering different classes for the higher efficient, which includes higher efficient air source heat pumps as well as for ground source heat pumps. That's something that we had in our plan and that we're putting into effect for starting in 2026.
Okay, can you, since I wasn't able to sort of look to find, I looked, but I'm clearly not as good a looker as perhaps you are. So can you provide us the differential in subsidies between ground source and air source, both for new build and for retrofits?
Yeah, the amount is going to be the same for BG.
The amount is the same.
In the HVAC program that we have, the incentive amount there starting in 2026 will be the same for ground source in the standalone HVAC program as well as the new construction program.
Okay, so now I'm confused. So I thought you said that you make differentiations between ground source and air source, but you don't. They're the same.
No, we do differentiate. Yes.
Okay, how do you differentiate?
First of all, we're incentivizing the two different sets of equipment. So there's higher incentives and higher savings in the standalone HVAC program for a customer or for the installation of an air source heat pump versus a ground source heat pump. So there is a difference there.
Okay, but this will be a bench request, so can you provide us specific numbers so that we can take a look at that?
Yeah, so just the subsidies.
Between ground source and air source for new build and for retrofits?
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? All right, any other stakeholders want to?
Thank you. For the record, Jim Gravatt, spelled Grevatt, for the Maryland Energy Efficiency Advocates. Good morning, Chair and Commissioners, everyone else. I just want to say a couple of things. First, I really want to thank the Commission for recognizing the importance of these data. It could have been easy to say, oh, well, the utilities can't provide it, we're going to let it go. And I really appreciate that focus. I also want to thank the utilities and staff for convening, talking through this, and really coming, I think, pretty easily to an understanding of what's available now and what would be a lot harder and less reliable to get. And even what was reported in the last round of semi-annuals, whether homes going through the new construction programs are heated by gas or electricity, is useful. And we now know that 70% of the homes that go through the program are heated with gas. And I think that's really useful when we're thinking about how does residential new construction fit into the overall strategy of the state towards climate. How can EmPOWER relate to the achievement of the state's climate goals? How do we shape the new construction program? Is there a role for it in more aggressively promoting electrification than just saying, whatever you're going to build with, we're going to build with it? It's important. What we don't know is what's happening outside of the program. We still don't know because the utilities don't track it, and that's fair. If WGL is signing up a customer for gas, they track the fact that they're signing up a customer for gas. They don't necessarily track whether that customer is also getting electric service from Pepco or some other, SMECO or some other provider. So we can't sort of cross-reference the numbers of new homes that sign up for service with SMECO for electricity and the homes that have gas, or the homes that have propane, or even fuel oil for that matter. And I think it's worth continuing to explore, and the parties have all agreed that we will continue to explore how can we get those data, what's the best way, what's the most cost-efficient way to get those data, so that we have a better understanding of how EmPOWER potentially is shifting the market. And this does, could influence how savings are determined for participants. For example, is an all-electric home that goes through EmPOWER receiving credit for the electrification, or is it just a more efficient electric home? Not questions that I think the Commission needs to get involved in at all, but I think they're potentially important, and so we can continue working towards that. And the last thing I just want to say, Chair Hoover, I believe you asked a question a couple years ago, how can we make the work groups more effective? And I believe I said, subject to check. No, I don't even know how I would check back the transcripts. But I said, specific asks, specific deliverable dates will help. And that's what you all did here. And we've got an answer, and we're done. So thank you for that.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
It's great when a plan works.
That's right, yeah.
And then they think
Yeah, so- Okay, seeing nobody else, you want to move on to...
Staff then moves on to the status of the 15-minute interval data. And we understand that one of the utilities will be presenting on this topic.
Ready to go?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Taylor Beckham here on behalf of Potomac Electric Power Company, and going to give the report out on the 15-minute interval data status report. Excuse me. You may recall that the Commission initially directed the Exelon utilities to include within our August 2024 semi-annual reports a detailed explanation of whether or not we would be able to provide 15-minute interval peak demand data and the process for doing so. As a result of the response that the Exelon utilities provided in that semi-annual report, the Commission again directed the Exelon utilities to file by February 15th, February 18th, a detailed explanation of the ability to provide the 15-minute interval data, peak demand data, and as well as an estimate of the costs and the ratepayer impact to implement such data reporting. So the Exelon utilities provided that, and in response to that filing that the Exelon utilities made, additional comments were submitted by Montgomery County, and then another order was issued by the Commission directing us to work together to find a solution to provide a status report. So that's what this status report is. Brief 4-point summary to provide to you guys. We are engaging in conversations with Montgomery County and staff, and those conversations are fruitful. And we have come to an agreement that doing the meter upgrades, as the Exelon utilities indicated in, I think, that February 18th, 2025 filing, we're too expensive and we're not particularly cost effective. The actual benefits side, and to that point, the benefits of doing that type of upgrade work were unclear. There is ambiguity, we recognize too, in the NEC code, so we're working together to get some answers and to figure out a solution forward, as well as, again, to reiterate, we are still in conversations about different ways that we can work with the county to provide a solution for the customers that they think would benefit from this information. So with that, I will pause for any questions.
Oh, yeah. Any questions? No, I guess not.
Okay.
Well, actually, so,
Hi, good morning. Jeremy Good with Montgomery County. That's JEREMYGOOD. And want to express my appreciation to the Commission as well as to the Exelon Utilities for continuing to discuss this topic. We had some fruitful meetings with the Exelon Utilities over the summer and into the early fall. And as Ms. Beckham noted, the cost of doing a wholesale update to the existing smart meters to move to 15-minute data appears to be quite expensive, and Montgomery County would not suggest moving ahead at that cost, given the sensitivity to rate increases and the significant rises we've seen recently. However, and I'll just note that Montgomery County doesn't have the expertise to evaluate that number, which does seem awfully high. We would potentially be interested in third-party verification of that. However, we want to continue working with Exelon on potentially other ways we can get data that kind of solves that problem, and also potentially consider things at a smaller scale. So conversations are ongoing, and we would like to continue those in good faith and appreciate the effort that's been made. Quickly, just want to reiterate the reason that we've asked for 15-minute data is that it aligns with the electrical code and provides a rapid way to assess a home for electric load, therefore potentially making it inexpensive and easy to determine how much capacity is remaining to do electrification projects. And in particular, when you're looking at an emergency replacement scenario, there's not a lot of time. And if there's a question mark about a $5,000 to $6,000 electrical panel upgrade that may be required, many homeowners are going to just say, well, just put in another gas system. We can't afford to take that on. We don't want to wait weeks or months for this process, and that's totally understandable. So that's really kind of the undergirding purpose here. So yeah, that's kind of where we're at, and I appreciate your time on this matter.
any questions? Mr. Clinton?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. I appreciate that the conversations are ongoing. Are you anticipating an additional report to the Commission at some point?
We're happy to provide one. I think that there was a timeline that we did put in our, let me see. Yeah, April 15th, 2026.
Okay, that's going to be good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Seeing nobody else? All right, thank you.
Staff will then move on to the next item of the agenda, the Finance Workgroup Report. So the Clean Energy Advantage Pilot helps fund projects that are in line with the goals of EmPOWER. Specifically, the pilot provides households with loans to fund energy efficiency focused and greenhouse gas reducing projects. The implementers, Maryland Clean Energy Center and Montgomery County Green Bank, provided a memo earlier this year outlining the recent progress of the pilot and further made 3 requests. The first request seeks permission to continue the pilot through 2026. The pilot at present is set to conclude at the end of this year. The extension would allow the pilot to better align with a 3-year program cycle, with the next one starting in 2027. Granted, this alignment is dependent upon whether the work group sees fit to graduate the pilot into a full program, and ultimately whether the Commission issues such a directive. The second request is to pursue a second evaluation. All savings from the pilot are presently best defined as estimated savings. The evaluation would help ensure that the pilot is not just providing energy savings, but verified energy savings. The third and final request is for approval of the budget. As the pilot has expanded and loan applicant requirements have been reduced, the need for additional funds has been necessary to ensure that services can continue to be provided. The majority of stakeholders are either neutral or take a supportive stance. A specific concern raised by OPC and echoed by DHCD includes implementing a referral system so that limited income households are directed to DHCD where they can take part in a no-cost project instead of taking on a loan. The concerns of OPC and DHCD these are concerns that the implementers of the pilot have no objection to working on finding a resolution for. Regarding the points that were made by Chair Hoover and Commissioner Linton in the previous hearing, specifically about the incentives for this type of equipment from the federal level, this pilot does function as another means of providing funding so that energy efficient appliances can be installed in people's households. At this point, staff can continue on with its specific recommendations, or staff can turn to stakeholders for their comments.
Well, does anybody have anything they want to offer right now? So, all right. Actually, come on, table.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Nicole Zeigner on behalf of OPC. In addition to the concern flagged by staff that OPC raised and DHCD joined in that concern, we have three other concerns with the pilot. We don't take a position on the extension itself, but we just wanted to flag some things for the Commission. First, we're concerned about free ridership. The fact that the majority of these loans are being taken out in Montgomery County, which is one of the wealthiest counties in the state, combined with the fact that geothermal loans, which are very relatively larger, expensive loans, ended up using some of the funds for some of the utilities very early on, and then finally the credit score. All of these things raise our concerns about a free ridership issue. The median credit score identified in the memorandum is 799. So we do feel that it's likely that some of these loans are being taken out by individuals who would have done this anyway without the pilot program. And that's not a reason to not continue the pilot, but it is a reason for another evaluation, in our opinion. The other concerns we have are that Montgomery County Green Bank and the Maryland Clean Energy Center had, at the time of filing, not presented data regarding how the pilot helped individuals with lower credit scores obtain loans. And that kind of goes back to our concern about free ridership. And then finally, there were high administrative fees for this pilot. The projected budget for administrative fees for 2026 is roughly 24% of the program budget. So although we don't oppose an extension, we do think that these types of concerns could be at least potentially addressed by another evaluation by the independent evaluator. So that's what we're recommending at this time. Thank you.
Commissioner Werbe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This whole issue of free riders, people subsidizing people who are going to do something anyways, is one of the oldest and most perplexing issues in public policy. And I've never, over the last 30 years, been able to figure out a good way to address that. Do you have any suggestions? I mean, how would we, I'm not against evaluating things, but I can't imagine how we would be able to separate out the people who are going to do it anyway from the people who needed a little bit of help. Any thoughts on that?
So, Commissioner Barve, I believe we've discussed that in the evaluation advisory group, and I think Mr. Loper might be the best person to answer this, but I believe there's some surveying that takes place, and I think there was some surveying that took place with the last evaluation of this pilot, but I hate to pass this on to Mr. Loper, but he might be the best person to answer this.
That's fine. So yes, Nicole's correct that we mostly, for most of the programs, use self-report analyses. So we're basically asking the participants, what would you have done but for the program? So it's I won't attest to its, the precision around those estimates, and sometimes even the accuracy. And sometimes you do it 1 month and you get a different answer than the next. It's very fluid, just as you suggest, Commissioner. But that's how we do it. And the question, that's how we do most of the programs. There's some other programs that we can do at a higher analytical level, looking at markets and how markets have shifted. But for the most part, we're asking the participants what they would have done. And just as an important note, I mean, it's inconvenient that we can't get totally reliable results on on free ridership, but ignoring it is basically assuming that it's zero. And so that's why we still attend to it, voraciously.
Okay, but here's my concern, or my question is, let's just assume for the sake of argument that 100% of them are free riders. Let's just take that as a given. When the government makes a decision that they want to encourage something and they want to provide a subsidy, there is always that risk that a large number of people didn't need to be subsidized. And isn't that basically just an example of a government making a public policy decision that they're going to do it in spite of the very real possibility that 75% of the people could be free riders?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, and it's not necessarily the case that you could have 90% free ridership, and that doesn't mean that a program should go away necessarily, because the economics of the program may still make sense, right? But a lot of times it doesn't, and so I would use free ridership as an indicator of need for further exploration to try to understand what's going on in the program, because you don't want to just go give. Well, I don't think you do. We're talking about in cost recovery about the cost of the programs, and those get passed on to ratepayers, and so you don't want to be going and giving money away for things that people were already going to do. And especially, I would add, one of the challenges I face personally is that, or professionally too, is that if there's a lot of free ridership, a gross savings, numbers make you think you've done a lot more than you have, when you may not have moved. If 75% of your savings are coming from free ridership, then you don't have 2.5% savings. You got 0.5% savings, and that matters at a larger policy level, because other people are not steeped in this like we are, and so they're from the outside going, "Oh, there's all this savings occurring," when actually it's quite a bit smaller than it would appear. And so it's really, for me, it's about transparency and just making sure everybody understands what you're actually getting for your money.
okay.
Mr. Loper,
Oh,
I'm
you
sorry.
have a question?
I'm sorry, yeah.
And then I have.
Okay. All right.
What, if the commission were to grant OPC's request for a second evaluation, how would it be different than what you're currently doing?
Yeah, so the first evaluation was done with a minimal amount of data, and so frankly, I wouldn't even know if I'd call it an evaluation, at least not at the levels of rigor that we normally do evaluations in Maryland. And so the next one will have more data. We're also looking at a couple of different issues. One is the program actually saving energy? Is it actually causing the impacts itself, or is it creating uplift for the other programs? Because all of the financing projects need to go through other programs, and so it's really in some ways could be looked at as a cost of those other programs, and you count the savings of the other programs, and then the financing is just like if I did marketing, you do a financing program to help support the programs, in the same vein as you do marketing. So
All right, thank you, sir.
Commissioner Sussman.
So, Mr. Loper, so following up on Commissioner McLean's questioning, so this is something that you would have probably done at some point anyway, to be looking at the effectiveness of the pilot. Is it a timing question then about when you start to look at it? If you're waiting till the end of the pilot, or you're sort of doing the analysis now, is that?
yeah, well, the evaluators, I didn't actually do the analysis. I oversee the evaluations that the utilities do. So the
Okay.
utilities did an evaluation, but they had limited data to go on.
Okay,
And
so
the pilot had not run long enough for them to be able to do sufficiently robust.
Okay, so who would do the independent evaluation? Would that be you then?
So this would the pilots go through the same process as the other programs, and so the utilities will do the utilities have their evaluators who conduct the evaluations, and then my role and the role of my team is to oversee those evaluations, help work out what the assumptions are going to be that are going into evaluations, the evaluation policy, if you will, trying to keep it off your desk, and then also reviewing their analyses, making sure the numbers are adding up, that they're using the
Okay, so
technical reference.
you would do that, and the utilities would do their evaluation at the end of the pilot. But is OPC asking for the evaluation to be done before the pilot is concluded?
Our thought, Commissioner Suchman, is that before this goes on, we do think that it should be done now before it continues to go on for another year, just because of the costs involved. But and there's also talk of possibly utilizing this program in the next cycle. But my fear is that, I guess maybe everyone's fear might be that when would we perform the evaluation? If we extend this for another year, and then we start evaluating, then we're running up against the next program cycle. So I do think it makes sense, our office does think it makes sense to do this evaluation now.
Okay, and then who would be looking at the administrative costs? Would the utility then be looking at the costs because you said it was 24% of the program costs are going to administrative costs.
And just to clarify, that would be for the requested 2026 extension. That's what's in their memorandum as the proposed budget for 2026 if the commission were to grant the extension.
Okay, and then beyond the administrative costs, you'd want us to give the utilities sort of a sense of the other issues that you would like us to look at so that they can do an effective analysis.
I think my understanding, Commissioner Suchman, is that Mr. Loper's team already looks at free ridership. Is that accurate, Mr.
Yes.
Loper? So it sounds like the evaluation that would normally be performed and that Mr. Loper's team is normally performing for the utility programs would be performed here.
Okay. And I guess my question then would be for the utilities to be able to explain to us how much of an additional cost would be for them to do an evaluation kind of midway so I'm sort of mindful that they're not able to do this free, and I don't think we'd ask them to do it. So what would be the cost of doing another evaluation, especially given that you're not asking us to discontinue the pilot?
It's and I guess our position is a bit complicated because we support the intent behind the pilot. We think it's a good program. We realize that with the federal incentives ending, this is a really good opportunity for ratepayers. But we don't necessarily want it to run for another year without knowing what we're getting out of it, because the utilities would like to have some clarity as to what they should include in their 2026 to 2029 cycle plans by January 1st. And if this pilot runs for another year, we won't have an evaluation in time to know whether it should be part of those programs. So I think that it's a bit complicated, but I think that probably it makes sense to do the evaluation before this goes on, or at the very least at the same time, and then we know what we're dealing with and whether we want to include it in their plans for the next cycle.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Well, so do we know why the administrative costs are so high in this thing?
So the Montgomery County Green Bank and the Maryland Clean Energy Center have provided some explanation of that to the work group, and it made sense to me at the time. I think my understanding is that it took a while to get maybe marketing programs off the ground, but I don't want to try to speak to that, I'm afraid. I don't know if someone's here who can speak to that.
Well, actually,
my name is Keith Wang, W-A-N-G. I'm the finance manager at the Maryland Clean Energy Center. Administrative expenses are essentially costs that it takes to run the program, which includes administrative costs for MCEC as well as a contractor that we hire to. There's a lot of nuance in this program. There's a loan loss reserve. There's an interest rate buy down that we have to keep track of. And then we deal with the Clean Energy Credit Union, who is the ultimate capital provider that provides the leverage capital for this program. So the administrative costs are all inclusive of that. And then we are marketing this to low LMI communities as well. So those are the costs that are involved with this program.
Okay, all right. Now, Mr. Michelle.
Good morning, Chair Hoover and Commissioner Joel Michelle on behalf of BGE. I actually wanted to go back briefly to a point that Commissioner Barve was making about free ridership and offer simply an alternative perspective that I think the Commission should keep in mind. So what free ridership means in the context of EmPOWER, I don't think is entirely clear because I wouldn't consider EmPOWER to be a government subsidy, mainly because customers are funding the EmPOWER programs. And so the question becomes, should certain customers be permitted to take advantage of the EmPOWER incentives and others should be excluded even though they equally are funding the program? So that's one consideration that I'd encourage the Commission to think about. And then secondly, economic class is not necessarily a good indication of what measures customers would adopt. For instance, just because a customer can afford to install a ground source heat pump doesn't mean that the customer would have taken that step to do that, but for the incentive that utilities are offering. So how you define free ridership is one question, and two, what's the appropriate measure of free ridership? I think those are two complicated questions. And then lastly, I believe Mr. Opko had a particular clarification in terms of this particular program specifically.
Mr. Barbe.
I'll wait.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to be clear on the nature of the pilot itself. It was something that was approved in the last cycle, and it is for customers that are coming through the home performance program, which all the utilities are running, and it is something that they can also come through the HVAC program. So it is something where the customer is getting an incentive through one of those programs. But again, this pilot was something that the Commission approved in the prior cycle. So it was something that the utilities were ordered to do, and so that's why we had a neutral stance as far as whether this pilot was extended or not.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The reason I use the term government subsidy is because I understand it's not a taxpayer subsidy, but it's the result of a public law that was passed, and so it is a subsidy, and it was the result of a public act, a legislative action. But I think what you said was, I agree with the nuance of the way you characterized this situation because, it is impossible to read the minds of the public to say, is it a $1,000 subsidy or a $2,000 subsidy? If I'm the kind of person who would respond to a $1,000 subsidy, then yes, I suppose you could argue that the $3,000 subsidy was really a $2,000 gift to Kumar Barve. But it's really impossible to be able to evaluate these things. But I want to understand correctly a point you made. You seem to make this as a point, which I think I agree with, that if we're trying to create an incentive to reduce electricity use or to stabilize the grid in that manner, then the public policy should be to treat all of these ratepayers who are potential recipients of EmPOWER on an equal basis. Is that what you were basically saying?
That's right, Commissioner. That's right.
Okay. I mean, I think I agree with you on that, but I still have to give it some thought. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anybody else? Okay,
If
Steve,
I'm-
none? No, well, go ahead.
If I may just briefly add, and I think it's important to realize that I think that's where free ridership goes. There are many programs that are available to everyone, but if we're trying to utilize these ratepayer funds that were collected from ratepayers in the most effective way, we want to be sure that we're not giving them to people who would have done it otherwise. And I realize, Commissioner Barvey, the concerns with identifying free riders. And again, this is just a suspicion of free ridership based on those three factors. We don't know. We don't know without an evaluation, and we do have the survey model, but we agree that that's imperfect.
Well, free ridership exists in every public policy that has ever been implemented going back to the pyramids. And it's impossible. It's kind of like, the doctors say, if there's no side effect, then there was no central effect. It's literally impossible, I think, to design a program that eliminates free ridership. My concern is that the legislature, in passing the EmPOWER law, basically did so with their eyes open, knowing that there would be some people who were going to be free riders. But that was their decision to make, and they made it. And I just think that I'm glad that we are asking people whether they would have done it or not. But I just think that we are treading on shaky ground when we decide that. I mean, we could do this. We could just say, you know what, we're going to start to slowly reduce the amount of money these customers get, and then look at the market and see at which point that they stop responding, and then maybe that's the magical way to do it. But I don't think the legislature wanted us to be iterative like that. Maybe I'm wrong. I haven't read the EmPOWER law in a long time.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
I would make a couple of clarifications. One is I think that the plan is to evaluate the pilot as we go, with anticipating that it will be included in the program plans for 2027, and so we want to inform that process. I just want to make sure everybody knows that will be going on, I think. And then on the free ridership, I agree. There's free ridership everywhere. I just don't know how you make government or utility decisions about spending without taking it into account. Because if you just go give money for things that are not moving the market in ways that you're trying to do, then you don't have the money to go move it in ways that will be effective. And that's the challenge with it. I've said for decades, and I've heard the arguments, Commissioner Barr, and I totally respect them and understand the challenges with free ridership. But I've said for decades, when money grows on trees, then I won't care about free riders. But until that's the case, you have to figure out ways to take scarce resources and use them for the best public and most effective public purpose.
Okay. Wait.
Yeah,
One
so,
second.
Mr. Loper, when you're looking at this program, and I do worry about the free ridership issue, but I also worry about is this the most effective use of the money? There are lots of different programs in EmPOWER, and I think that there's a value in also looking to see whether, since this is a pilot, is this the best way that we can use the money to deploy certain resources, or if there's another and cheaper way. I mean, I do like the idea of being able to steer ratepayers that shouldn't have additional debt burden to programs where they don't have to pay any money. And so, so that's there's a lot of different sort of factors in the analysis that you're going to be doing, and I'd like to have that also be there. Is this, there's value in getting these resources deployed, but is this the most effective way of doing it? Or is there another more effective way that is going to present less of a burden, especially on the LMI community? So,
And
thank
I think
you.
that's exactly, we're on the case.
Okay,
Commissioner.
great.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Next item on. Next item.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to reiterate too that MCEC is, we are in support of doing an evaluation on the program during the extension. We do want to run this program as efficient as possible. The big thing is, Mr. Loper mentioned this, right? The initial evaluation was completed, I think, after a year or 2 years.
Yes.
Yeah, and at that point, this program was very difficult to get off the ground. And just to show you the momentum of the program, which is why we're looking for this extension, and we don't want to stop this momentum. When the program was started, 2022, and through the extension period of 12/31/2023, there was 131 loans at 1.2 million. Since 1/1/24 to year to date, we've done an additional 415 loans at $4.8 million. So there is a lot of momentum with the program. It is being used. Those numbers equate to approximately $1.4 million of kilowatt savings annually and $25,000 of job hours created. So I do want to add that in there as well. Thanks, guys.
Okay. All right. Moving on.
Next item on the agenda would be the cost recovery work.
Actually, let's skip that one for right now and. What's that?
We do want to do that one.
Okay. Oh, but is that the outside participant?
No, it's midstream.
I see. I got it. Okay. All right. My mistake. Go ahead. So.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. Michael Jang on behalf of staff. I'll be presenting for the cost recovery work group. So staff appreciates the opportunity to present on the status report of the cost recovery work group to the Commission. The work group met during the past months to respond to the directives of Commission Order Number 91711. Specifically, the work group focused on the directives of the Commission to consider and provide findings on determining the net benefit and rewards based on the total resource cost instead of the standard societal cost test, as well as the potential use of the bill stabilization adjustment as a form of penalty under a performance incentive mechanism, or PIM for short. All parties agreed that the utility's main goal of achieving their GHG emission reductions goals should be achieved under a positive societal cost test. However, there were differing thoughts on whether or not a total resource cost test should be utilized to determine the amount of net benefits a customer receives. The specific positions of each party can be found in the status report, but to summarize quickly, the utilities and staff do not recommend the use of the TRC for determining customer net benefits, while both OPC and MEA support the use of a secondary test for cost effectiveness, but do not believe that the TRC is potentially the most appropriate test to use. Some initial ideas proposed by OPC and MEA are the ratepayer impact test, a formal bill impacts analysis, or maybe the utility cost test. The differing positions largely stem from some confusion regarding language in Commission Order 91711. The work group would like to ask the Commission for clarification on what tangible monetary savings and actual monetary benefits refer to as indicated in the status report. In regards to the use of the bill stabilization adjustment as a form of penalty, the work group would not recommend that using the BSA as a part. The work group would not recommend using the BSA as part of the penalty for a PIM. As described in the status report, generally the work group is concerned that using the BSA as a penalty could be complicated, as well as the fact that the impacts of the penalty would not be very transparent for the customer who is paying the bill. Finally, the Joint Exelon Utilities did provide an alternative PIM proposal which introduced a methodology which provides a fixed amount of incentives or penalties depending on the performance of the utilities in reaching their GHG emission reduction goals. At this time, the work group has started to review this alternative proposal, but has not yet come to a conclusion in regards to whether or not the work group would support the proposal as a consensus recommendation. The work group is still mainly focused on the original shared savings model, but has utilized the time between when the status report was submitted until now to begin discussions on those alternative proposal. This concludes staff's presentation on the cost recovery work group, and staff is available for questions. Thank you.
So, any questions for staff? All right, seeing none. Do I want to take Exelon first or OPC first?
Be your decision,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
We defer to OPC.
All right, that's fine. Go ahead.
So, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, OPC respectfully continues to oppose a PIM that would award any reward to the utilities. We have stated that position, and we understand that the Commission has considered it and asked the work group to go forward and develop a two-sided PIM. We would just like to remind the Commission in the context of these discussions, that the statute does not require it to use PIMs or award anything to the utilities in the form of a reward. So first, we would ask that any reward be based on achievement in excess of 100% of the metric. We feel strongly, as the ratepayer advocate, that the utilities should not be rewarded for complying with the law. If a reward is to be provided, it should be for achievement in excess of the statutory requirement. And then regarding the metric that would be used to determine whether the utilities earn a reward, we understand that the societal cost test, or the Maryland jurisdiction-specific test, is what is used to determine GHG goal achievement, and that's statutory. That's required by the EmPOWER statute. But in terms of determining when the utility should earn a reward, we do think that in taking the Commission's direction with reducing customer bills or providing benefits to ratepayers, we think that there are other types of tests that could be used to determine that, to have the utilities reach that metric. For example, it might be the RIM, the ratepayer impact test, or a bill impact analysis, because the societal cost test does not necessarily mean reduced bills for everyone. So we think some creativity is needed here so that the utilities devise programs that reduce ratepayer bills while still meeting GHG goals. And we will, of course, the work group will continue with the Commission's direction here regarding clarification as to what particular outcome it hoped to see under a PIM, or when a reward were to be issued under a PIM. Thank you.
Any questions? Seeing none. Actually, let me go to MEA and then I'll let you sort of clean up.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Babatunde Idrisu. That's Babatunde. Last name Idrisu. So MEA supports the use of the societal cost test as the primary framework for evaluating the benefits of the program. We do not think the TRC, that's the total resource cost test, captures, we think it will penalize programs such as electrification, which is an important part of the EmPOWER program right now. We ask that the Commission considers the use of secondary tests such as the utility cost test as a test for the rate and bill impacts. We think they should be complementary to the societal cost test to ensure that ratepayer affordability objectives are met while maintaining alignment with the broader energy and climate goals. Most of our other positions remain unchanged. We do think that the PIM should be have both a penalty and a reward. I just wanted to clarify our position on the test.
Any questions for MEA? All right, seeing none, your turn.
Good morning again, Commissioners. I'm actually going to give the floor to Jessica Yu and Sonia Krishnamurti. They're going to present BGE's position on this.
Hello, good morning, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Jessica Yu, Jessicayu, with BGE, representing the Exelon Utilities. I wanted to first thank Michael and all of the participants of this work group. It has not been an easy task to try to come together to develop a PIM for EmPOWER for the first time in Maryland. The concept of PIMs and performance-based regulation in the context of EmPOWER came up back in 2022 when the decision was made to pay down the unamortized balance and transition to a fully expensing EmPOWER program costs. With this decision, the PSC stated in an order that it recognized that a well-designed PIM based on clearly defined rules and targets could promote innovation and promote state climate goals. The Commission stated that by implementing a performance-based incentive mechanism in the new EmPOWER program cycle would be an important next step as the EmPOWER program evolves. The work group has endeavored to develop a well-designed PIM for a few years now, meeting on a regular basis. Not many of us in the work group are experts on the subject. That is why we organized a PIM educational conference on August 28th. A PIM for EmPOWER would fall into the category of what is called an emerging PIM, which is a PIM concept to provide incentives for utilities to address emerging policy goals according to experts like the Brattle Group. Emerging PIMs are designed to address policy goals and tend to be rewards only. Again, this is not Jessica Yu speaking. This is information provided by the Brattle Group. Penalties, although rare overall, they do exist in some instances for emerging PIMs and are reflected as a reduction in the earnings and not a fine. We understand that ultimately this is the decision of the Commission to make, but we did want to restate how unheard of that would be in the context of emerging PIMs across the entire country. By law, we know that EmPOWER is a climate program with a climate-focused goal. As discussed in the previous hearing, BG's programs are delivering $2.40 for every $1 spent on this program. So we understand that it is providing benefits to customers in terms of avoided costs such as generation, capacity, deferred transmission and distribution costs, and also societal and environmental benefits as well. The first kind of thing that we wanted to state for this Commission's consideration as it relates to this work group is that we would ask that the Commission direct the cost recovery work group to file a final report by the end of this year. HB 864 requires that the Commission issue an order with the utilities and DHC-specific GHG reduction targets 8 months before the deadline to file plans for the upcoming cycle. This date would be January 1st of 2026. It is a best practice for this framework order to include both the goal as well as the PIM, as the purpose of the PIM is to incentivize program administrators to achieve the goal. BGE and PHI understand that the workgroup does not have a lot of time to meet this January 1st date. Therefore, as a backup, we think it would be reasonable for the PIM to be adopted in a secondary order shortly after January 1st. We recommend an extra month for this consideration to February 1st, 2026. However, any further delays will impact the design of the programs to be included in the portfolio as programs are being designed and should align with the PIM that is adopted. Secondly, the cost recovery work group is asking for PSC clarification on what they mean by tangible monetary benefits. EmPOWER, as per HB 864, was transformed from a peak demand reduction program to a GHG reduction program. Peak demand reduction does tend to align more closely with bill savings and other tangible monetary benefits. GHG emissions reductions inherently provides environmental and societal benefits that go beyond those benefits in the traditional sense. However, we believe that the societal cost test includes both tangible monetary benefits and societal and environmental benefits, such as the social cost of carbon, which is an estimate in dollars of the economic damage caused by emitting 1 additional ton of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. It is up to the Commission to determine its definition of tangible monetary benefits, but we think that the Maryland jurisdictional specific test does count these benefits and is the appropriate test. The work group has reached consensus that the total resource cost test is not the appropriate test, as outlined for reasons in the report. And thirdly, the work group is making progress as it continues to meet and is considering an alternative fixed amount PIM structure that is much more simple. The fixed amount PIM reduces administrative as well as an evaluation burden on all parties. It reduces contention and promotes a continued spirit of collaboration that has persisted since the inception of EmPOWER between the program administrators, the utilities, DHCD evaluators, and all parties involved. It defines the fixed amount incentive and thresholds at the beginning of the cycle and can be revisited at the beginning of the next cycle and future cycles also. It also provides financial certainty to all parties as the amounts are fixed and not variable. So with that being said, I do think we wanted to touch upon a few topics related to the secondary or multiple cost tests. Soumya, do you want to describe some of those points?
Commissioners, we realize the...
Actually, I need you to...
Yes. I am Soumya Krishnamurthy. The last name is KRISHNAMOORTHY. The Exelon utilities have filed at length the issues that arise with TRC. We understand the interest in assuming that if we add a secondary test to the overall SCT, that is going to lower costs. However, we'd like to clarify that it is most likely going to have the opposite effect. And also, just think through the implications of how that is going to affect the portfolio that the utilities file, whether it's the UCT or the RIM or the TRC. All of these will disincentivize the utilities from proposing longer life measures like electrification and deep home retrofits, which has been one of the unanimous things that across the board all stakeholders have advocated for EmPOWER to do, simply because these, by the virtue of being long life measures, it's only the SCT that truly measures the values of these programs. These programs are also the most cost effective way and the most affordable way for us to hit our GHG goals. Therefore, by removing these programs from the mix, we're raising the overall costs of the EmPOWER portfolio. So the Exelon utilities recommend that in defining tangible monetary benefits, the Commission sticks with the definition that exists in the statute, which is the societal cost test.
Okay, so before we turn to questions, does PEPCO have anything they want to add apart from what's been said so far?
We reiterate.
Okay. Okay, so questions. Commissioner Sussman.
So this is the concern I have with doing a PIMS in this proceeding. I'm concerned about the possibility of double counting, and because you'll be doing PIMS in a rate case. Actually, I haven't looked at the case that was filed by PEPCO, so I'm not going to speak to that. But I know that BGE has filed for PIMS in a rate case, and I'm worried about whether this is the right place to be looking at PIMS, or if it's better to be looking at PIMS as in its totality in a rate case. Because if we start doing PIMS in different proceedings, then we're going to have sort of multiple places where PIMS are being proposed, and there's the possibility of sort of over inflating the value of the PIMS because they're done in discrete places. So I wonder if you can set my mind straight on this issue and explain to me why I don't have to worry about double counting.
Yeah, Commissioner Sussman, thank you for the question. I'll take that one. I think that you can be put at ease that there would not be any double counting if we adopt a PIM and EmPOWER, because EmPOWER as it stands today is an entirely separate proceeding. So any PIM that is proposed, say, in a rate case would be based on metrics that are separate and apart from any metrics that are within the EmPOWER program.
I know that you're saying that, but it's, sometimes it's hard to parse out, so if you're doing, demand response, you could be doing demand response here, or you could be proposing demand response in a rate proceeding as a sort of a new program. Sometimes it's really hard to sort of slice what's here versus what's there. And it also seems to me that all of this sort of deals with the question of cost recovery for you. You're going to be, a very effective EmPOWER program should see a reduction in earnings for you, and not because we think you should be earning less, but because ratepayers were going to be using less electricity. And so some of the importance of PIMS for you is to be able to recover some of those losses. And I'm just wondering if it's not better to be looking at that in its entirety in a rate case, as opposed to looking, very discreetly here for losses because of EmPOWER, and then looking somewhere else because of losses for another proceeding, and then inevitably we're going to have a double counting issue.
Yeah, Commissioner Sussman, I would actually strongly urge the Commission not to try to combine EmPOWER and EmPOWER PIM with any other PIM, because it actually has the impact of complicating the entire proceeding. And I'm sure Mr. Loper would have some concerns about bringing in non-EmPOWER programs in the consideration of any PIM.
No, I'm actually thinking about taking the EmPOWER losses that you have and putting them into a rate case.
I'm not sure what you're referring to when you say EmPOWER losses.
Well, so EmPOWER is encouraging ratepayers to use less electricity.
Sure.
So if everything works well, they're Pepco bill, their BGE bill is going to go down, and that's going to mean they're going to be paying you less. So
Not necessarily. I mean, put it this way. I would say at a high level, if our concern is about seeing a decrease in customer bills, if that is what the General Assembly had in mind when it adopted EmPOWER, the common sense decision would be to actually eliminate EmPOWER. You can cut on average from a residential bill about $20 from a customer's bill. The idea, and which is behind the SCT, is that we see other benefits that goes beyond just decreasing a customer's bill that are worth investing in. The clean air, the impacts that it has on individuals' health, so on and so forth. That's the rationale.
So you're
behind
telling me
EmPOWER.
that the PIMS is not for you to make up the losses in money that you're going to be getting from ratepayers.
No,
it's not.
no,
it's not a.
I would not suggest that the commission look at it that way. I mean,
Jump in too, really quickly. Sorry, Joel. I just wanted to make clear really quickly, and Taylor Beckham on behalf of PHI, the use. And Joel's getting to this point that the EmPOWER program is no longer solely an energy efficiency or energy savings program. It's a climate program with the goal of reducing greenhouse gas reductions. But I do want to just, in terms of, I think where we're talking about, EmPOWER in the past, when it's an energy savings program, has resulted in a lowered energy usage for a customer, and therefore they may have seen a lower bill as a result of their less usage being used. The BSA already removes that incentive for utilities, the decoupling mechanism of the BSA had already removed that incentive for utilities to make up that loss of energy usage by customers.
Right, and you're going to see that in your rate case, the
BSA
application of the BSA.
The BSA is something that we review and talk about within the rate case, and we provide monthly filings on the BSA. But that is a tool that basically makes it so that the utility can incentivize these energy efficiency programs as well as other items that the BSA helps. So I think the idea that the PIM itself is meant to make up for any of that lost revenue because of a reduced energy usage by a customer, that's not quite right, because the BSA is already resolving that.
Okay. I just I'm sort of throwing this out to see if this is something that we have to worry about. If we did a PIMS in this proceeding, and then we do a PIMS in a rate case, are we gonna find ourselves in a position of double counting and consequently causing ratepayers to pay more money than they should be?
I don't think a PIM discussion in EmPOWER and a PIM discussion in a rate case causes double dipping. It's a performance incentive mechanism. The PIM we're discussing here is something specifically related to performance towards the EmPOWER statutory goal. You may see a PIM in a rate case related to performance towards CME or performance towards like an EQSS or a reliability standard. We're looking at performance here specifically related to the goal that we are working towards in the EmPOWER program. So it's separate.
Okay. I think maybe OPC has a response.
Well, actually, let me ask the questions of these folks, and then we'll sort of flip around them. So, Commissioner Linton, anything?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I had a question for the Exelon companies. People's Counsel raised, I think, was a good point regarding the use of PIMS when the law requires you to take certain actions. So, what's your response to that? Why should you get a PIM or any kind of reward when you're required to take an action by the law?
Commissioner Linton.
Yeah.
Sorry. You're sitting in Commissioner O'Donnell's.
What do they look like?
I've been told before we look alike. Yeah. We both grew our hair out at the same time.
As you may remember, I think now 2 EmPOWER hearings ago, we had this discussion about, if it's in the law, why should, utilities be incentivized to meet their goal? One, I would say it's the Exelon Utilities position that what is in the statute are goals. We view them as aspirational for the reasons that we indicated. I won't reiterate them here today. But taking a step back, Chair Hoover, I remember something that you asked BGE to do in the last hearing, which is, in light of all of the amazing benefits that are being produced out of our EmPOWER programs, we should go out and promote all of that. What makes it hard to do that as a company is that at the same time you have certain entities and certain elected officials who are saying, BGE is just simply motivated by corporate greed. Why should they be getting any reward for, doing something that's in the statute? And at the same time, the commission will hear later today a proposal that we move all of these EmPOWER programs to a third-party implementer. Well, that third-party implementer is not going to implement these programs at no cost. There's going to be some reward, or you call it a reward, you call it a fee, but something that recognizes that there's a considerable amount of work that goes into getting these results. And what we're simply asking for here today is that if the commission truly appreciates the effort that we've been discussing over a number of hearings now that goes into getting these results, that the company be allowed to actually earn a reward, or you consider it a fee, administrative fee, however you want to think about it. But that's the thinking from the company's position.
So you receive administrative costs already.
Well, that's the cost of the program itself. I mean, that's we have certain expenditures and we just recoup that back. That's not that. I don't think you consider that an incentive or some reward.
And you return on that as well.
Excuse me?
A return on that as well.
We don't. It used to be the case,
yes,
right? That we did, and now we don't. I mean, BGE's EmPOWER budget alone is nearly $1 billion, and so the company's being asked to put out that money, invest that money into these programs, and for certain parties to suggest that, the company shouldn't get anything in return, I think is unfair to say the least.
So, People's Counsel also suggested that if you were to receive a PIM, that it would be above any benefit or result that you produce that's above 100%. What's your response to that?
Yeah, the response to that is that position fails to acknowledge that even if a utility does not achieve the aggressive goals, GHG remission goals that are set by the statute, that there are nonetheless significant benefits that are generated. And so it shouldn't be an all or nothing approach. I think in acknowledging that even if a utility falls below the statutory goal, EmPOWER programs nonetheless are creating benefits. I think that would lead one to consider allowing a utility to earn a reward, even if it's below the 100% of the goal. Now, we're not saying that if the utility achieves 50%, they should nonetheless receive 50% of any reward. But certainly, I don't think we should take the approach that it's 100% or nothing.
And if I could add to that, Commissioners, while PIMs are a relatively new concept in Maryland, they exist in other jurisdictions in the country. And when we had our educational conference, I think some of the questions that you're asking now were the same questions that were raised. Predominantly across the country, when you have climate goals that utilities are trying to pursue, they tend to be reward-only PIMs. Because they encourage innovation, and while meeting the goal is a statutory requirement, it encourages utilities to be innovative and meet goals at a certain budget. A. And then B, to your point, I forget what the second question was. And why do we then need to earn a goal less than 100%? To go back to Joel, this is different from a transmission project where the value is unlocked only when you complete the entire project. There are net benefits produced for our customers at every level of the program. And therefore, it's not uncommon for us to see whether it's the Mass Save program or the New York program, where utilities start earning a reward at 70 or 80% when they hit the goals without the cap of a penalty. I think what it also encourages, therefore, the practical implications of that is the affordability and the rate impact of EmPOWER programs is truly determined by the size of our portfolio, right? That's the driving factor. It's $1 billion for BGE over 3 years. If you say if the commission decides that there isn't going to be a reward unless there is 100% of goals that's achieved, then the utilities would be forced to plan for, because it's not going to happen by accident, we will be forced to plan a portfolio that exceeds 100%. And in an environment where bills are high and energy costs and bills are a conversation, I think it's just important to sort of think through the implications of those.
So I hadn't gotten to the question of the penalty side yet. I was going to, but you kind of got there before I got there. So help me to understand why a PIM would reward you only. But if the commission or the statute sets a goal and utility falls short of it, why wouldn't there be some type of, well, we've been using the term penalty, so we'll just say, use that word. Why wouldn't there be a penalty?
So, Commissioner Linton, that's precisely why the Exxon utilities are asking the commission to direct the work group to focus on the alternative proposal that the Exxon utilities presented to the work group, because that proposal actually includes a penalty.
Okay. Well, I won't go into that because I know the work group's still working on it. So.
And if I could just add one more point to that. I think it's up to this commission's discretion as to whether or not they would agree that a penalty was appropriate for EmPOWER. However, through the educational conference and talking about experts and looking across the entire country to utilities where they have adopted PIMs, it is just unheard of for a utility, when faced with a climate goal, to have a penalty akin to a fine associated with it. And I think that has to do with the nature of these types of programs. Like Soumya and Joel have mentioned, these are not the types of programs that are typically associated with penalties that have, or PIMs that have penalties, such as like SAFE or SAIDI, or those types of metrics that are more commonly, have fines associated with the performance of that PIM. This is what is called an emerging PIM. It is focused on trying to encourage customers to adopt certain behaviors. This is not a program that coerces customers to participate. It's one focused on trying to do the best that we can to get customers to understand the value of these measures and try to adopt more energy efficient equipment in their homes and businesses. So ascribing a punitive penalty to program administrators in that type of context, I do feel like is fairly unfair because of our inability to really kind of enforce that. It's more of the carrot instead of the stick. A stick would be a regulation. To me, EmPOWER is really the carrot.
The only thing I'd add, Taylor Beckham from PHI, is we also would want the commission to understand the type of structure that the EmPOWER program is in now, in terms of it is a fully expensed program. And so any level of a penalty here and we've discussed this, I think the commission's well aware of this, but any level of a penalty here essentially would work as a disallowance of costs. So we would say, there needs to be that prudency review if there were to be that type of penalty assessed. But I think to highlight Jess's point related to what we see around the country, there is no other PIM that actually has this type of expense method where there'd be a disallowance of costs. If there's any type of penalty, it's like a reduction in an ROE. But since we're not in that environment here, the penalty conversation is even more complicated.
And the last thing I would ask the commission to consider here is that, DHCD as a state agency also has goals. Okay, and the question becomes, and I think Commissioner Barva, you made this point in a different setting, the idea that some businesses think that the state is more lenient towards its own agencies than, say, private entities. The question becomes, would we penalize DHCD for not meeting its EmPOWER power goals? Probably not. And so why shouldn't the same sort of approach apply to the utilities who are, trying to implement the same program?
That's all I had. Thank you. Unless, that looks like People's Council wants to.
I would
Well,
just
actually, let me find out. Any questions? Okay, all right. So go ahead and then I'll turn to you.
Yeah, I would just like to address a few things. So, the utilities enjoy monopoly status. They essentially have captive customers, and in return, they're regulated. And what they get out of being utilities is being monopolies. And this regulation is part of being a regulated monopoly. So whether they deserve a reward for meeting their statutory goals, the answer is no, that they're required by law to do that. And regarding DHC, well, briefly, I'll just go to goals being described as aggressive. The utilities have said that they have to meet these aggressive GHG reduction goals, but our comments on the semi-annual report showed that they're on track to do that, and generally at a lower budget than they anticipated. So if the goals were too aggressive, I don't know that the utilities will be on track to meet them. So when we look at how aggressive the goals are, I think we have to look at performance in the very first year of having GHG reduction goals, and this is something positive about the utilities. They're doing it. They're meeting the goals. But whether they're too aggressive, I would say no, because we see that it's working. The EmPOWER statute is working. And then DHCD's statutory language is different than the utilities. It says trajectory to achieve. Utility language does not say trajectory. So I can only assume that the legislature considered the difference in the two statutes, but DHCD is to be on a trajectory to achieve certain goals, and that language is absent from the statute that governs the utilities. And then regarding instituting a PIM for the next cycle. So I don't believe that this was in the work group report, and we would have opposed this strongly because 2026 is the year that we shift to full expensing in EmPOWER. And we're also still having ratepayers paid on the unamortized balance. It's going to be a relatively expensive year for EmPOWER. So to add a PIM at that time in the next cycle does seem, or I apologize, we're talking 2027 cycle, but to add a PIM at this time seems inappropriate after ratepayers have just finished paying down, or they're still paying off the unamortized balance, and they just went through a very high year of expenses when EmPOWER shift to expensing in 2026. And that's essentially what we would say with regard to that. The timeline is concerning for ratepayers, and we feel, I guess I would add, there's been a lot of work group time devoted to talking about at what level the utilities will earn a reward, and one proposal had the utilities earning rewards at below 95% of achievement, and it may be helpful for further work group discussions if the Commission could clarify at what percentage achievement the utilities could earn a reward, because that has every proposal we've seen so far has them earning a reward at lower than 100% achievement. Thank you.
Commissioner Barbe.
Okay, so I have to ask this question. BG&E has argued that in other states, PIMs are implemented for 70-80% performance, and I think they gave examples of states that are generally seen as being very pro-environmental. So here you go. Give me your best argument as to why that's not a good argument. Tell me why you disagree with that argument.
Commissioner Barbe, I think to compare, we'd have to look at the statutory language. We'd have to look at the utilities' performance. Is a PIM needed to incentivize those utilities? Are they underachieving? Because here the utilities are on track to meet their goals in the very first year of having a GHG reduction goal. And the statutory language in Maryland does not require the Commission to utilize a PIM. So to compare what's happening in other states, I think we really would need the full picture to be presented. We need to know what their statutes say and how their achievement is and how aggressive their goals are, relatively speaking, compared to Maryland.
Okay, well, I mean, you may be correct, but I mean, I'm going to want to know a little more about these states that use 70 and 80%, because if that works, to me, I don't see this as a moralistic thing of you will achieve this, or the whole concept of a PIM is an incentive, and if that is going to achieve our greenhouse gas goals more quickly, then it's something we should consider. I'm not saying that I'm not trying to telegraph that will cause me to automatically agree to 70, 80, or even 90%, but it's something that, it is something we ought to consider perhaps, but you're right, the details are important. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner McLean.
Ms. Zeichner, just a quick follow-up. If a PIM's not going to be implemented, or if you don't want a PIM implemented in the next phase, are you talking 2030 for a PIM?
Commissioner McLean, we don't believe that a PIM that includes a reward should be implemented until ratepayers have paid down the unamortized balance, because that greatly increased costs for ratepayers under EmPOWER, and it just seems, considering the climate right now with utility bills and the other financial stressors that people are facing, we certainly don't think the next cycle is the time. I believe our stated position is once the unamortized balance is paid off, but the next cycle, clearly ratepayers will still be paying that off.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Chair, if I could briefly just address a couple of things that OPC mentioned. I'd first start by pointing the Commission to order number 90306. Commissioner Linton, I think you were around for the issuance of this order, and it reads: implementing a performance-based incentive mechanism in the next EmPOWER program cycle will be an important next step as the EmPOWER program evolves. And lastly, I say, I think it's clear, at least to the Exelon utilities, that this is part of a delay tactic on OPC's part. I say that because to say to this commission that it needs time to consider, to your question, Commissioner Barve, the information that the Exelon utilities and the other members of the work group have been considering for months now, and after we brought in experts on the topic to do a conference, for OPC to take the position that it needs more time to consider what other states are doing, I think it's disingenuous, and it's part of its delay tactic. It clearly does not want a PIM implemented, despite the clear language in the Commission's prior orders.
Well, let me ask this question. So if you're already meeting the goals, which has been sort of talked about here, what are we going to get if we give you a PIN? I mean, it strikes me that one of the concerns that's come up in the PIMs proposed in rate cases is that they really weren't all that aspirational. It was more like, hey, do a little bit better than normal, and sometimes they were sort of off the subject on sort of unrelated matters. But so I guess what I need to hear from you, and I don't want to just make promises off the top of your head, but what potential benefit would we get by giving you a PIN?
Yeah, great question, Chair Hoover. I'll start by saying that, to simply point to the fact that, BGE is meeting its goals and it's doing so under budget. I mean, it's almost like a slap in the face to the employees who are working very hard every day to get those results. So to simply say, well, it looks easy, you guys are making it look easy, and it's almost like we should be penalized for doing excellent work. That's the starting point. Secondly, Chair, I think we need to keep in mind that achieving those goals are only going to get more difficult as the grid get cleaner, right? Those goals, the statute doesn't provide that the goals will decrease. It's actually going to get more difficult for the utilities to achieve its goals. And then lastly, what I'll say is that there are certain decisions being contemplated in the evaluation of these programs, and Mr. Loper can speak to this, that will also make achieving those goals more difficult. Because as EmPOWER assist in getting the market to change, meaning now you're getting different local governments, state governments making certain things standard. Well, for us, that means we have to work, twice as hard to get these results. And so I think it's important that the commission keep that in mind, that it doesn't just look at how, the utilities are performing today and say, well, it's a walk in the park, so you shouldn't get any reward for the performance that we're seeing.
Okay. So,
Thank you, Chair Hoover. Jim Gravatt on behalf of the Maryland Energy Efficiency Advocates. First, I want to say, Commissioner Suchman, this is the only thing I'm going to agree with the Exelon Utilities on, probably for the rest of the day. But I do agree that any contemplation of a performance mechanism for EmPOWER is not about recovering lost costs. That their revenue requirement should be contemplated in a rate case. That's where it's proper to address, and I think that's best practice even in jurisdictions that aren't decoupled. Deal with it in the rate case. So, on that, I also want to say I have not been able to participate in this work group. There are a lot of work groups, and there's me, mostly for the advocates. I can't do everything, but there are a lot of things that are being said here that I feel it's important to respond to. I think your question about should PIMS be part of EmPOWER or part of the rate case, to me, yes, there's a lot of best practice that associates PIMS with energy efficiency or climate programs with the idea of getting them to do more. I completely agree with OPC. The utilities are achieving their goals. Do they need to make more money in order to do that? Because I think that's what's being argued here. How much should the utilities get for doing what they're required to do? And I can't tell if there's sort of a veiled threat that if we don't get to make more money, we're not going to hit our goals or not. But, in the past, I believe the Commission has been able to regulate the utilities without that performance mechanism to ensure that they do hit their goals. I kind of favor the idea of looking at PIMS in one place because utility makes some money here, and they make some money here, and they make some money over here, and then they earn their return on their costs. And I suspect, and sorry, I'm getting my reference back here, they don't earn any return on incentives and so forth. But I don't know this, but I suspect that all the staff at the utilities are rate-based, and so there's a return on those costs. Maybe I'm wrong. But, how much is enough for the utilities to earn? And I looked this up this morning because when I read the utilities' comments on the DHCD goals and their concerns about the ratepayer costs and keeping rates down, I just, well, the CEO of Exelon package was $14.7 million last year, nearly a 20% increase from the year before. Exelon net income of $2.45 per share. The CFO says financial performance in 2024 exceeded expectations. Higher utility earnings, primarily due to distribution rates at BGE, distribution and transmission rate increases at PHI. So how much is enough to earn for doing what you really have a monopoly to do? And I think that's a question. And I will also say, regarding a performance incentive, if we're starting from the goal without a detailed cost audit of the costs that the utilities are incurring to meet these goals, they got a lot of cushion potentially to hit the goals. I've said before, I don't believe those costs are scrutinized the way they would be in a rate case. And so and again, in reference to the DHCD goals we'll talk about later, we're talking about the utilities are recommending let's not worry so much about the statutory low-income savings goal. Let's worry about impact on rates. Well, there are a lot of things utilities are doing that impact rates, and the DHCD goals could actually help some of those most vulnerable households to improve their situation. So I just, the idea of the utility as a victim here because they don't get a performance incentive is just a little hard for me to take. And apology if I've overstepped, but thank you for indulging me.
Okay, any questions? All right, seeing none.
Yeah, I had a few observations, and responses to some of the things that have been said here. One is I don't agree that the conference, that the PIMS conference that we had where Brattle and some others came in and talked about their programs was conclusive. And I say that 'cause I went out trying to look at those programs and find, it felt a lot like a dog and pony show, frankly. And when I went and looked at the details, it was not as clear that what they were proffering was accurate. And so I just, at least from my perspective, this, which leads to an observation, which I've said in the work group too, is what are we trying to achieve here? And Massachusetts is often touted as the PIMS, du jour that we should be looking at, but the Massachusetts PIMS is really focused on what the program plans look like and how do you get the utilities to go do more aggressive plans, because Massachusetts originally told the utilities go do all cost-effective energy efficiency. So it didn't even have, at least 10 years ago or something, it didn't have any sort of numbers attached to that. It was go do everything that makes sense. And that in that context, it makes a little more sense to have an incentive that would drive you to go do more aggressive programs. The prudency review, in terms of for a penalty that you would have a prudency review, need some sort of prudency review to deny the utilities be able to recover their costs. You're going to have the same thing on the incentive side, really. It's either me and the group of all of us in the evaluation advisory group and all the people that work together to decide what the savings are, is in a sense a prudency review. It's trying to decide whether the programs made sense, whether they were cost effective, whether they achieved the objectives. And so we do that all the time, and we try to keep it away from y'all, because believe me, you do not want to be in the weeds on some of this stuff. If you do, you're welcome. Probably closest has been to Commissioner McLean as part of the future programming work group. He got to hear a lot of it, but it goes on every day. I deal with this every day in meetings every day about the details and mechanics of how to evaluate these programs and how to evaluate the costs. And that's probably the biggest challenge I have for this, is what is the process going to be? Whether your goal is a GHG goal or a megawatt hour goal, whatever it is, what is your process for deciding whether the savings actually occur? Who's right? Is Joe Loper right? Or is it the representatives for BGE right in terms of how we calculate those savings? And right now we have a process that's the evaluation advisory group. We all know each other pretty well, and we've been most of us have been working together a long time, or have kind of evolved that way, and so it's pretty friendly. But it's also tense. We have serious deliberations and debates all the time, and my concern and frankly my experience from seeing PIMS in other places is, if you have a serious PIMS that really matters, you're going to have some fights, because we're going to get in a situation where the utilities are a half a percentage point or 0.1 percentage points from meeting a certain threshold, and we're arguing over whether dishwasher cycles, whether people wash their dishes twice a day or once a day, right? And that's the sort of thing that's going to be hard if we don't have a really clear process on who's adjudicating that. I would almost think an administrative judge, who's sitting in our evaluation advisory group, meetings, to say, yep, okay, you're right this time, you're right that time. But it's a very technical process, so there's a lot of analytics that go into it, but it's also subject to professional judgment, as Commissioner Barbe was speaking to earlier. We got net to gross. That's part of the cost effectiveness, which we're talking about different cost effectiveness tests that would be used for those incentives. There's a net to gross number in that calculation, but net to gross is just one of 1,000 uncertainties that I deal with on a daily basis. The uncertainties around evaluation on the gross side or the net side or wherever are profound. And I have had many people, I've heard many people say we can get around this AMI, or it was a few years ago, or now it'll be, I'm sure, AI, that we're going to solve this problem, but I don't see, I haven't seen it get solved. I would be out of a job. And by the way, I'm of retirement age, so I'm okay. with that. But but I don't see it happening anytime soon. So I think those are the things I want to say.
Okay. Any questions? Seeing none? Anything else on this particular work group report? All right, so why don't we take a lunch break? It's like 12:48. So we'll come back at 1:50.
Testing. Macy, can you hear me?
What are you looking for?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Perfect.
Yes. Good.
When I'm done. But yeah, when they're presented. Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, so we're back on the record.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Andrew Schlicht on the behalf of staff. The midstream work group met over the past 6-7 months to discuss the commission deliverables. The work group was also able to use the time in tending to concerns that have been raised by some of its stakeholders. In fulfilling the assigned deliverables, the work group has provided a uniform program manual for heat pump water heaters and for electrification measures. Additionally, the work group discussed the concerns raised by OPC during the mid-May hearing. These concerns were later echoed by the Commission in its following order, number 91-711. These specific concerns from OPC were regarding incentive levels and participant messaging, these concerns of which were addressed. The work group was also able to dedicate time to try and resolve the concerns raised by the HVAC contractors regarding the timeliness of payments for the midstream rebates. Of the many solutions discussed, none satisfy all of the stakeholders. Such resolutions included pausing the program, shifting of the allocation of the rebates, and even restructuring the midstream process. Unfortunately, none of these proposals were able to meet the needs and desires of every party. Staff takes the position that the midstream process remain as it presently stands. Our office recognizes that payment timeliness is an important issue that should be continually worked at. Crucial to such efforts is identifying snags in the payment timeline. And equally important is receiving feedback on the specific issues that contractors are experiencing in this process. Such are crucial pieces of information staff does not feel have been sufficiently brought forth during the workgroup meetings. Staff does note that the extent to which these payment issues are negatively impacting the program and its participants remain largely undetermined as well. Of additional consideration is the unknown of what impact a sizable structural change to the midstream process may have. Because of these factors, staff does not recommend the adoption of an instant rebate model or any other significant modification to the midstream process. Staff reiterates that getting funds to pass efficiently between parties is crucial, but overhauling a known system without a clear path or a clear understanding of where the path forward may take us is something that may simply not have the desired effects. Staff is available for questions and turns to stakeholders for additional comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. So we've talked a lot about the importance of paying contractors in a timely manner at the first version of this EmPOWER hearing. And we heard some of the utility companies note, and the state did as well, that they have back-end processes to make certain that before payments are completed that there's review and checks and balances to make sure that the payments that are made are appropriately made. So it raises the specter of the possibility of there being fraud in some way. Has the staff been made aware of, or are you familiar with, or have you heard of any instances of contractors, or even in some cases consumers, doing something in a way that would be seen as falling under some of this issue?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. The statements of fraud and misallocation of funds was first brought to the attention of staff during that previous hearing. That was not something which we had been aware of, and not something we considered in our work group hearings, our work group meetings. Excuse me.
Okay. Is it? You said you've had some meetings since our last hearing, or at least are planning to have some. Is that a topic that the work group could talk about at least to see if there's some issue there that the commission needs to be made aware of?
Certainly, the work group is open to digging into this matter and seeing what we can find.
Okay. And this is a bit of a speculative question, so I'll give you that as a upfront heads up on it. Because we've heard we've seen and heard these concerns from the contractor community. What is the staff's thought about what the contractor community's response will be to the commission and this program as a whole if we take the approach that the staff is recommending, which is to continue looking into this and make no changes at this time? Do you see contractors still being receptive and participating? Do you see them slowing down, not engaging as often? What are your thoughts?
From staff's own perspective, we see engagement continuing as it is. At present, contractors are not required to participate in the EmPOWER program. They are welcome to join, and they are welcome to depart the program. If the midstream process remains as is, we understand that the participation from contractors will remain.
Okay, so obviously their participation is critical for several of the programs that operate under EmPOWER. Do you see their participation as continuing to be enthusiastic, or are they going to just participate because they just want to make a few dollars?
The specific feelings of the contractors is not something that we can really speak to. That is something I feel is best left to the contractors themselves to express.
Okay.
In work group hearings, in meetings, we have heard frustrations of a small number of contractors at the program, but at the vast majority of contractors that we are aware of participating in this program simply remain silent and non-communicative in terms of how they feel about the program, but yet they continue to participate.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
I should know the answer to this question, but if I'm a contractor and I'm not being paid in a timely fashion, who do I complain to?
Those complaints can be filed directly to the utilities. Those can also be filed directly to the distributor. Ideally, as I understand the process today, the best point of contact would be the utilities. The utilities can therefore determine which distributor is perhaps causing the issue, or which utility process is holding up the issuing of the rebates.
So there's no government entity that I would be able to appeal to as a contractor?
Not that I am aware of.
Okay, thank you.
So we heard sort of this sort of trying to balance the need for contractors to be paid as quickly as possible, and the importance of ensuring that these are the contractors that should be paid. So to get around issues of fraud. I having heard this as an issue, I'm assuming this is something staff is not going to wait for somebody to raise this. It's now been raised during a commission hearing. So I'm assuming you're going to take that back and look to see if that's an issue. I'm assuming that the inability to get paid in a timely fashion has probably discouraged some contractors from being part of the process, even if they haven't complained to you. And it just seems to me that having heard the concerns raised, perhaps there's a way of ensuring that, you know, maybe you have an application process that contractors have to go through, and once they get approved, then they are automatically paid. It's hard for me to imagine, now that you've heard the issues, that this is not something that you'd want to take back and have this be something that the work group looks at and resolves. Because it sounds like it's an issue, even if you haven't heard that it was an issue. It's an issue.
Is this in regards to the issues specifically pertaining to suspected fraud? Is that?
Well, I think that they're tied together. I think the lack of from some some contractors, the lack of the ability to get paid quickly is in response to utility concerns about fraud. If they didn't have concerns about fraud, they'd be paying immediately. So they are tied together. And now that you've heard the issue, and it is an issue, perhaps the work group can find a path forward so that contractors that are in the business and are found to be legitimate and not to pose a risk of fraud can be paid almost immediately. Maybe somebody else has, maybe BG has a response to that.
Yeah, good afternoon, Commissioner. First of all, I did want to point out from the previous hearing that we are seeing an increase in participation in the HVAC program. I know there were some questions around that, but we had 89 new contractors that have joined the program this year, bringing the total to about 341 contractors that have participated in the program this year. Clearly, it's a choice of the contractor to participate or not. With regards to the fraud comments, I think the key metric is, or the key thing is that the reason, like, where there are controls in place to ensure that we're not paying out money without checking to make sure that either, and sometimes it's not a case of fraud, it's a contractor that's participating in the home performance program and the HVAC program. Maybe there was something going on there. We need to have that conversation, but it's not always. It's making sure we have the controls in place, and those controls are in place to prevent the money from going out the door without making sure that it's tied to saving for the program.
Okay, and how do you go about ensuring that the request is legitimate?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Well, what is the process that you go through to make sure that the monies that go out are appropriately going out?
Validating the accounts where if we have a job that's participating, making sure all the paperwork is there for that, all the appropriate information has been submitted to get the incentive, and then cross-checking it with other programs to make sure if they submitted something in HVAC, cross-checking it with the home performance program to make sure that they weren't participating for that same address or same customer ID.
And how many? I mean, do you have a sense of how many days it takes? It's not instantaneous. I mean, is it just doing some keystrokes and then you can get assurance that's a legitimate request?
Yeah, no, it's checking. I can't quote the exact time that it takes, but BG and implementers are continuously improving the process. However, everybody wants to get paid immediately, and we've addressed the concerns drastically over the last couple of years to bring down that payment time.
But can you give me a sense of what we're talking about in terms of a delay of payment? Is it a day? Is it a week?
With regard to what? Because there's an entire process that we're going through to the contractor submitting. We're getting information from the distributor, and then we have a vendor that's validating that information. And then once it's validated, they're sending that, they're saying, all right, like we need to send incentive money, out the door. So they're sending an invoice to BG, and then that invoice is paid, and then we're sending the money to the distributor. The distributor is then issuing the money to the contractor. In
Okay, so can you give me a general sense of what's a typical time frame for all of these different steps? Is this a day? Is it a week? Is it a month?
So in the uniform program manual, I believe we were, the parties agreed to, I believe it was 45 days. Right now, with the BG process, we're getting the stuff to the distributors, I believe, around a little under 30 days. So
Okay, so it goes
that's
to
calendar days too.
and then they have their process for
And
then
then the distributor will give the money to the contractors.
Okay, but you haven't seen instances of fraud, so fraud is not really your concern. It's paperwork. Is that
No,
the-
no,
Commissioner
it's
Sussman,
twofold, yeah.
I'll take that one because in all fairness to Mr. Rocco, I was the one who raised the issue of fraud because I'm currently dealing with active cases of that.
Okay.
And because there could be potentially litigation involved in that, I'll have to tread lightly in terms of how much detail I can provide. But what Mr. Rocco was explaining is that the process that we have in place is to prevent fraud from happening. And I think the commission shouldn't get the impression that there's fraud that's sort of happening on a sort of regular basis. But the reason why that is, I think part of the reason why that is not the case is because contractors understand that there's going to be a verification process that they have to go through, and that verification process, as Mr. Rocco explained, currently it's a little under 30 days, 30 calendar days, not business days,
Right.
for BGE. And as I mentioned at the last hearing, for the commission to require BGE and the other utilities to expedite that process, I think would only have the effect of increasing the likelihood of additional fraud.
Okay. So, you're thinking that 30 days is about as fast as you should go.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, so let me see if I understand this. So your goal is to pay in 30 days?
Correct.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's pretty standard business practice. Do you have the ability to tell us what your can you do an aging schedule and tell us how many are at 30, how many are at 45, how many are at 60? Can you do that?
I'd have to defer to Mr. Rocco to see if we have that ability.
I think we have some that are under, and there's some where like if all the information is not there, then we will, that'll get kicked back, and there'll be a request for more information. So there's definitely those outliers, and I think.
No, what I was asking is, do you have the ability to produce for us an aging schedule where, when I was the CFO of a company, I'd have an aging schedule and it would tell me who is like 30 days overdue, 60 days overdue, 120 days overdue. Do you have the ability to do that with
We can
your
produce something. I think that the window that you were going to be providing is to our money getting paid to the distributor.
Uh-huh.
And I think the piece that we've asked the contractors for is like, hey, and we have regular conversations with the contractor group. Hey, if you guys see a distributor that's not paying in a timely fashion, please let us know so that we can focus our attention there, working with them and understanding their process.
Do they do that?
Huh?
Do they do that?
We have not gotten anything from the contractor community specifically around any distributor.
I mean, I imagine if I were a contractor, I would feel a little nervous about complaining. A little bit.
Well, I think we've also said that we will address it in a manner that's not specifically calling out, SM Mechanical or some specific contractor. I think it's just where do you want us to focus on specific distributors who are not, you feel are not paying in a timely fashion. So.
Okay.
And Commissioner Barve, to your point about concern about complaining, if you were a contractor, I mean, it's part of the reason why we're asking the contractors to let BGE know, what particular distributor they're having concerns with, as opposed to complaining to the distributor, because then again, we can shield the contractors from any, bad blood between them and the distributor.
Do you get a lot of complaints from contractors saying XYZ Corporation hasn't paid me in 60 days? Do you get a lot of those kind of complaints?
Based on Mr. Opko's representation, no. And in fact, we've been asking for that specificity, and that's part of what I want to reiterate. Something that staff mentioned is the inclination to make significant changes. For instance, I think it was floated out that we should pay within 15 days. Well, given the concern and the responsibility that BG as a utility has to verify that what's being submitted to us is legit, it would create significant strain on that process if we have to cut down the time in order to do that. So I would support staff's recommendation that we keep things the way they are, and to the extent there are specific concerns from the parts of contractors, that we be informed of that as utilities, and then, if necessary, come back to the commission with further recommendations.
Thank you.
So, I heard you say in your presentation that staff is opposed to midstream rebates, instant rebates.
That is correct.
Okay, and why is that? Because other entities in the work group are opposed to it, or does staff have its own reasons for being opposed to it?
Staff is more or less opposed to it simply for the structural changes that adopting such a model would make. We don't know. There was a pilot of instant rebates performed by some of the utilities in the past. Those results were inconclusive, and if the results of a pilot are inconclusive, we don't see going headlong into fully adopting that program, fully adopting that model. We don't see that as being a wise decision.
So before I turn to you, the person that's on remotely, is it someone who wants to comment on this particular one? Okay. So we can't really hear.
Macy McDaniels?
Yeah, why don't you go ahead? So.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. I will start my camera as well so I can be on camera. Thanks for having me today. I'm Macy McDaniel, spelled M-A-C-I, McDaniel, M-C-D-A-N-I-E-L. And I'm the Vice President of National Offerings, or ICF. And we work with each of the Maryland utilities in implementing and delivering their midstream programs and other programs across the state. My specialty in the national offering realm is midstream. And if you can see the slides, I'm not sure what is showing on your screen, but I currently oversee 35 active midstream programs across North America. We have implemented well over 50 programs for midstream delivery over the past 10, 15 years. We've been doing this for a good long time and have quite a bit of experience and knowledge in this program delivery approach. And I wanted to really just paint for the commission kind of the full picture, because I think you've heard from a lot of the different stakeholders in the room different perspectives. They all have different agendas that they're promoting. And I wanted to make sure that you had kind of a broader picture of midstream programs across the country and why they've become, so popular amongst utilities. If you're looking at slides, I'm on slide 4, which shows kind of why midstream is such a popular approach. Equipment sales are controlled by distributors in all markets. They control 90% of all the equipment that moves into a market. And if distributors aren't motivated to buy high efficiency equipment to stock and sell, then contractors and customers have limited options and significantly extended wait times to purchase them. So midstream programs have had higher cost effectiveness results than downstream program offerings delivered through contractors or direct to customers. And previously, the downstream programs in Maryland weren't meeting savings goals or maximizing the incentive spend and budgets. And it placed the burden of participation on the customer to wait weeks or months to be reimbursed for their incentives. As a result, the goals were projected to increase. The utilities made a decision to transition to a midstream approach. And this decision was supported, as I mentioned, by industry trends nationally of utilities moving to a midstream delivery design. And statistically, our experience shows that midstream programs drive market transformation and adoption of high efficiency products and equipment at an accelerated rate compared to downstream approaches. And a case study that I've got on the following slide can demonstrate this most effectively.
Ms. Mason, can you you'll need to share your screen with in order for us to see the slides in this instance.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay. I thought Ben had the slides.
I do, but our setup only allows us to show one of two computer screens. Sorry.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see if I can figure this out. Share. Send request. Can you see my screen yet?
Not yet.
at the
One
moment.
second. Michael.
You know, I'm going to turn my camera off because it may be my Wi-Fi connection too that is slowing down the connection where it's not showing.
We're gonna really quickly try and just move the presentation to this computer and have one of the staffers show it.
Give us a second, and we'll let you know when to restart.
All right, we have it up. What slide would you like us at?
Now I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Now I can.
Yes, we are ready to go. We have your slides up. Just tell us what
If
page.
you will put it on slide 5.
All right, thank you.
Fantastic. Next slide. Okay, fantastic. All right, so where I was leaving off is this case study and talking about the benefits of midstream program design and its ability to scale by tapping into the supply chain where there's the most leverage to drive savings, which is at the distributor level. It also allows us to promote the sale of specific technology and higher efficiency equipment. The case study example is from a Northeast utility, and it demonstrates the volume of equipment sales that become accessible to the programs by engaging the distributors. The previous downstream program was under reasonable conditions moving a significant volume of equipment, but as demonstrated by the chart, when the distributors were engaged, the volume of sales were substantially higher and allowed the program better visibility into the market potential for specific equipment sales and across measure types to inform program measure and incentive designs. If you go to the next slide, this approach benefits all businesses in the supply chain, and it takes advantage of the existing business relationships between supply chain market actors. We engage distributors to participate through a competitive pay-per-performance model to maximize the investment of incentives with distributors who can deliver the greatest savings to the program. The incentives are leveraged by distributors to encourage the sale of qualifying equipment to their contractor network, who then promote the incentives to residential customers, providing an instant discount on the customer's invoice. Contractors then submit applications for reimbursement through the program portal to the distributors they purchased equipment from. The distributor then reviews and approves the application. The equipment was purchased and is eligible for incentive funds and meeting the program requirements, and then submits it to the program team for their review, which kind of goes back to some of the line of questioning that was happening right before this, to demonstrate the process. And we review, approve, and then issue payments. That approach applies also a rigorous QA/QC process for customer and equipment eligibility, and that incentive funds are being passed on to the customer to apply the instant discount by the contractors. So this approach aligns with the EM&V methodology being applied in Maryland. The instant discount design being proposed by OPC and others requires the distributors to pass the instant discount to the contractor. Sale does not. This program design approach would introduce a significant amount of risk and cost to the utilities by reducing the program's net to gross, requiring the volume of equipment the programs are paying for be substantially increased due to the negative impacts of evaluation. This program design has also had significant issues with fraud in other markets, and when surveyed, the distributors rejected the program approach and were not willing to offer instant discounts due to the financial risk they see with these types of models in other markets. Loper Energy has requested this evaluation methodology for this program design approach for any other markets that have achieved higher evaluation net to gross scores, and none of the advocates of this approach have been able to provide them. Our research indicates that it just doesn't exist, and all evaluation reports my national team has reviewed indicate most have significant evaluation impacts resulting in lower cost effectiveness. While it sounds good on paper, in practice, the instant discount approach would require distributors to incentivize equipment that may not be installed in eligible customers' homes, and would eliminate the program's ability to ensure systems and incentives reached their specific customers. The instant discount model VEIC and others implement may work well in other jurisdictions that don't have a need to track equipment and where it's installed, or if customers receive the incentive. But when utilities are paying incentives to benefit their customers, they want to ensure that is who is receiving them. And if you go to the next slide, this talks about participant growth. And as Mr. Ryabko mentioned, each of the programs has had significant growth in participation. BGE in just last year had a 35% growth in participants of contractors submitting applications to the program between the last year. Delmarva 16%, Pepco 11%, SMECO 5%. Overall participation across all the programs has averaged above 22%. While the midstream program admittedly has had growing pains, all of the utilities have implemented process changes that have addressed the contractor concerns raised in the working group, specifically around the payment cycle times and aligning the program requirements across all programs. These growth metrics don't align with some of the contractors' claims that the programs are placing undue burden on contractors to promote their goal of moving the programs backward to a downstream model. You can see here some participant feedback on the next slide, where the programs meet with participants on a regular basis, and these are straight from the participants on how these programs are benefiting their businesses and why they're participating in the programs. And specific examples matter when it comes to program success, and generalized criticism really isn't that helpful. If you go to the next slide, just another case study example of how midstream, the impacts help to demonstrate engaging directly with the distributors influences and accelerates adoption of high efficiency equipment. And then lastly, One of the main goals of the program was obviously changed this year to help drive GHG reduction and adoption of electrification measures. And the programs are delivering. The statistics are inclusive of all heat pump measures offered in the programs from January to September of last year to the same period in 2025. BGE has increased heat pump measures incented in the program by over 80%. Across all programs, it's an average of 64% increase. And it's important to note that SMECDO's adoption rate looks a little bit lower, but in context, it's because of their systems installed in their service territory are heat pumps that are converting electric resistance and other fuel types like propane. In closing, the HVAC programs in Maryland, if you go to the next slide, is the one that I'm on now. In closing, the HVAC midstream programs in Maryland are delivering on their goals. They're continuously evolving to accelerate the adoption of high efficiency and electrification measures to meet the state's goals of reducing GHG emissions. The utilities continue to be focused on making the current programs more effective and efficient to drive more incentives directly to customers to support affordability. And I wanted to end on a note with just some specifics on the distributor payment cycle times. I heard Commissioner, I think it was Suchman, ask about what we're doing to impact that, and we have been meeting with them, and we've had such success in talking to them about the importance of reducing payment cycle times. We have some distributors that are actually moving to a model that are paying contractors in advance of the distributors themselves getting paid. So Lennox, as an example, pays contractors every Friday. And that's after they have done an evaluation of the application that was submitted to ensure that it's going to meet program requirements and submitted it on behalf of their contractors. And we have several others that are introducing these national models to increase processing times for the applications and payments. And so, in partnership with the distributors, we can continue to work to decrease the payment cycle times, and I think we're making some really good headway. And with that, I appreciate your time today.
So Ms. McDaniel, the analysis that the distributor does to ensure that the payment meets program requirements. This is actually something that the utility's already done. What is it that the distributors do before? So they won't just take the conclusions that the utility has made. They're doing their own.
Actually, that's a great question. So the utilities are actually doing the review after the distributor. So the first line of defense is an application from a contractor gets submitted to the distributor for review and approval. Because obviously they don't want to make payments or approve applications for contractors that didn't purchase equipment from them, right? Because they're on the hook financially for that. So they review it first to make sure that all the I's are dotted, meaning all the information is on the application that's required. They don't have visibility into customer eligibility necessarily, or any of the double dipping checks that the utilities do. All they're doing is looking at, does this equipment, did we sell it to this contractor, and does it qualify for the eligibility requirements of the program? And as long as it meets those requirements, they're submitting it to the program team at the utilities for review.
Okay, and so that
goes through a second set of review.
Okay, so the payment, so it starts with the distributor, then it goes to the utility, and then it comes back to the distributor for payment.
Yeah, the payment comes back to the distributor once it's approved.
Okay, and that's for Lennox, it's every Friday.
Yes.
Okay, and then about how long does it take from the distributor to submit it to the utility?
It depends. Most of the distributors are reviewing applications on a minimum of a weekly basis. It depends on the volume that they're producing. We have some pretty high volume distributor that have hundreds of applications coming through every month. So they're reviewing them sometimes on a daily basis. It just really depends on the size of the distributor and the volume of equipment. But most of them, at a minimum, are doing it weekly.
Okay.
Sometimes more
And
often.
have you seen any fraud in applications coming through distributors?
Specific to Maryland
Yes.
or broadly?
No, to Maryland.
I have not, obviously. I don't do the application reviews, and I think we have built the application review process around, as others have mentioned, the elimination or, strong deterrent of fraud. And we train to that with our contractors and our distributors, so they know we're doing these reviews, that we are looking for the photograph that's been reused multiple times, or serial numbers that have been reused multiple times, so they are aware that's occurring as a deterrent. But can I say that that's never occurred? Most of the time it's not intentional, right? As mentioned before, sometimes it just gets an office personnel at a contractor organization will submit the application and forget it went through home to performance and not midstream, or vice versa. You'll have situations like that, but a majority of the time, and we've seen it across other markets, if contractors are intent on committing fraud, they will find ways to do it. And we have built very strong and rigorous QA/QC processes to avoid and eliminate that.
So the person with the distributor has gone through some kind of educational process to know what's in place in Maryland. And
Correct. We give them what we call distributor checklists that are specific to the eligibility requirements for equipment, customers, et cetera, so that they're equipped to do, thorough reviews of those applications prior to submitting them.
Okay, and then you raised the concern that if the customer were able to get the payment immediately, then there's no sort of check there in terms of ensuring that the customer actually meets the criteria for the particular program.
Yeah, so the customer already, in this particular model, the contractor is basically fronting the incentive on to the customer as an instant discount on the customer's invoice. Because the reason they're able to do that is because they can validate in advance of doing that the customer is eligible. We give them an eligibility tool to look that up, and they can validate that, okay, the equipment that I'm installing meets the minimum efficiency requirements for the program. So I feel comfortable as a contractor, offering the incentive to this customer.
Okay,
that was really important.
The tool is coming from the distributor.
That's coming from the contractor to the customer.
Right, but the contractor is getting that information from the distributor of the particular appliance that's going to be installed. Or
they're buying it from the particular distributor.
Okay, and the distributor, sort of the contractor, knowing what the appliance can do, will take that information and take it to the customer, and then front the incentive. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Nicole Zeichner again for OPC. As everyone is probably aware, OPC has been a big proponent of improving the midstream programs, and the work group has struggled for a while to make these programs more functional and more impactful, and to fine-tune the processes and procedures to make them a little better for everyone involved. And OPC's recommendation in this matter is based on warnings from small contractors who arrived at the midstream workgroup meeting and threatened that they might have to declare bankruptcy if they had to keep advancing the cost for these large electrification rebates. So we took that seriously because we already had representatives from Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors of Maryland and the Association of Air Conditioning Professionals. And when this individual arrived and said that, look, we as small contractors can't compete with these large contractors. If we don't provide the rebates, our customers would rather go to a contractor who provides the rebates. We can't be competitive if we don't participate in EmPOWER. And that's a good place for EmPOWER to be, but that's not a good place for that contractor to be. We want the program to work for them. And they said they can't afford to not participate in EmPOWER. So after much discussion, because we've proposed over the years ways to attempt to make this program a little better, we reached a joint recommendation with the HVAC contractors, and that's both of those entities, Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors of Maryland and the Association of Air Conditioning Professionals. And just to be clear, we're not recommending that the program shift to downstream. That's a temporary recommendation that we're making for these larger electrification incentives just through the end of the cycle. And that's just to take the burden off those smaller HVAC contractors. So we're making that recommendation through the end of the cycle. We're also respectfully requesting that the Commission order the work group to come up with a instant rebate at point of sale proposal that alleviates some of the work group's concerns. That would have the distributors advancing the money instead of the contractors. And we know that there was some surveying previously. I would say it was not a very wide sample size, and I think that's been a criticism, at least of our office, of that survey. Yes, some distributors said they didn't want to do that. They didn't want to advance the money. Neither did the contractors. Nobody likes to advance money and wait to be paid, but these larger distributors are likely in a better position than a small contractor to advance these sums of money. So these are temporary recommendations. We're not recommending they continue beyond the end of the cycle. This is just a stopgap measure to protect those small HVAC contractors and continue to make these programs available. So just to summarize, we ask that the Commission order the utilities, well, that's actually, I'm sorry, my next recommendation. Some of the questions that the Commission raised today are things that we would like to know as well. We'd like to know how long it takes for the contractor to purchase their equipment from the distributor, and then how long it takes at that point for the distributor to send the rebate request to the utility. So that's time frame number one that these contractors are dealing with. Time frame number two is the roughly 30 days that BGE testified to or spoke about today. And then the third time frame is the time it takes to mail the check to the distributor gets the check, and then there's another time frame tacked on for contractors. They have to wait for the distributor to issue the check to the contractor. So when we have the utilities taking 30 days, and then we've got all these other time periods involved, it starts to be it could be a significant amount of time for contractors. So our recommendation was 15 business days. We'd like to see the Commission ask the utilities to figure out how they can process these rebates within 15 business days, and that's 19 calendar days. So it's a little bit more than 50% of the time, and it might help all of us. And I don't believe that we were provided with this information in the work group. I'd like to know, is this a manual process? Is this an automated process? What exactly is taking 30 days? And maybe there are ways to shorten that. And we, of course, don't want to see ratepayer funds used for fraud any more than anyone else. That was not raised in the work group, so we didn't have a chance to really talk about that or address that. That was raised at the last EmPOWER hearing, but that is, of course, a concern of OPC. But we would just like to see ways to improve these programs, and we did take that contractor warning seriously when we heard it. Excuse me. Oh, and then finally, the uniform program manuals. The midstream work group submitted 2 uniform program manuals, and due to the time frame, OPC had some recommendations, and there was no time to incorporate them or discuss them. And we would respectfully ask that the Commission ask the work group to consider OPC's recommendations to editing those uniform program manuals. And I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
So you heard Ms. McDaniels talk about the providing the rebate directly to the customer doesn't allow for any other part of this process to ensure that the customer is actually eligible for the rebate. And so if the customer were to get it directly from the distributor, and the rebate were the customer were not eligible for the rebate, then I would imagine the distributor would be on the hook for that rebate. If the contractor were to give the rebate to the distributor, to the customer, that entity would be on the hook as well. And so I'm a little concerned about the fact that there's no, if the money goes directly to the customer, how can we ensure that we have any assurances that the customer that's receiving the rebate is actually eligible for the rebate?
Yes, and Commissioner Suchman, we don't like the idea of a downstream method, because then we have the customer advancing the money, and admittedly, that's the person I think we want to put the least burden on. But if we have contractors dropping out of a program, this is what we came up with temporarily. But I think what would happen is that that customer would fill out the rebate form and they would submit photographs, and the utilities can ask for as much documentation as they feel is necessary to verify that.
But they'd already have the rebate in place. I mean, that's, if you're submitting documentation, if the customer doesn't get the rebate, then you still have that time frame where monies are not getting to the customer. I'm concerned about sort of an instantaneous rebate to the customer, receiving ratepayer money, and not having any process that verifies that customer is in fact a customer that's eligible to receive the rebate. I mean, you could literally have a customer lives in Pennsylvania, comes here, gets, buys the HVAC system and takes it back to Pennsylvania and gets a rebate, and then at some point somebody figures out that the customer is not eligible, but they've already received the rebate.
And my understanding, Commissioner Suchman, is that the customer would actually wait for verification to get those rebate funds. I believe we discussed this during the work group, and some said, well, customers are, I believe actually the HVAC contractors can speak to this. They pointed out that some customers are funding these projects anyway, so they may end up taking a little bit more out of a loan, and then they can pay it back when they get that rebate. So my understanding is that the customer wouldn't get the rebate up front with a temporary downstream model. They would be doing, the work would be done, the contractor would do the work, the contractor would hopefully explain to the customer how to fill out the rebate form, and the customer would get their check in the mail at some point. And I'll ask the contractors to clarify that, but that is what I understood based on the work group conversations. Now, an instant rebate point of sale between the distributor and contractor is a little different. At that point, the rebate is instantaneous to the contractor, but that's what we're recommending after the work group works harder at maybe identifying those potential pitfalls with a instant rebate model.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, I have an OPSI meeting I have to go to in 15 minutes. What I would like to do is to break protocol and ask that gentleman a direct question, because if you don't mind. Sure. Okay, thank you. Okay, it is November 17th. Let's say you came to my house on November 1st and you installed an HVAC system, some sort of heat pump system. So, you installed the system on the 1st of November. Generally speaking, when do you expect to see a check?
Through the midstream program?
Yeah, through the current.
I just had a surgery a few days ago, but I didn't want to miss all the excitement here,
Okay.
so I'm going to power through. Yeah, through the midstream program, the way it would work is, let's just say it's a $10,000 job.
Okay.
If it's a say $2,000 in rebates, we would get the $2,000. We would sell you the job at $8,000. So you're out of pocket $8,000 from the beginning, and then we would supposed to be, what we're told is the expectation is 45 days. The problem is that you get into a no man's land where you have two different entities that are dealing with the money. So if it is 30 to 45 days that the utilities are sending the check out to the distributors, then the question becomes, when did it leave the utilities' hands to get to the distributor? And then at that point, you have a completely different entity that, two different left hand and the right hand, and they don't know what they're doing. When does the distributor send that to us? So, that could be another month, that could be another 3 months. And then the problem that we have is we're out all of this money, and don't look at it as that one $2,000 check. Look at it as we did 10 jobs this week. So we're out $40,000 in 1 week. And then when we don't get the money when we expect to get it, We make phone calls to the utilities. The utilities naturally are going to blame it on the distributors, and then we call the distributors, and the distributors are naturally going to blame it on the utilities. So then we have to sit back as the people who are holding our hands out, and we could potentially be 6 figures out of pocket, and we have 2 people that we're asking, and both of them are blaming each other, and we have no way of knowing who's telling the truth and who's not.
You know, when I was CFO, I knew which of my customers paid me in 15 days, which ones paid me in 30, which at 45, which at 60. So generally speaking, you just installed this this heat pump in my home 17 days ago. Roughly speaking, when are you going to get the check? Based on your experience.
In my experience, I'd say 60 days, and but somewhere between 60 days and 6 months.
Wow. Okay. So you hit you hit the button on your computer and you get an aging schedule, and that's the variation that you generally see.
Yeah, and the thing is, the beauty of my position is that because we're in the midstream work group meetings, and we have the direct contact with the utilities and the distributors on that, we have over 200 different companies in the Baltimore-Washington area who are part of both of our organizations. So part of them being part of these organizations is they don't want to go to the distributors or to the utilities because they know they're just one company who's dealing with them. That's what they have us for. So when there's a problem with it, then I get the phone call. Stephanie, who's here with me, she's executive director of HACC. She gets the emails and the phone calls. So we get flooded with people who are complaining that they are literally hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt in the peak times during the summer. What am I supposed to tell them? So when we have our midstream meetings, the emphasis is always that, well, we're working on it. Things are getting better. We've never really gotten an example of how things are getting better. I mean, it's all I can say is that my eyes and my ears tell me that if it's gotten better, it's not acceptably better because my contractor members are threatening to leave the program. They're very, very unhappy. We've had more than one contractor say that we should get lawyers and sue, which I don't think that would be good. But but the thing is, when you have people who are threatening legalities because they're 5 and 6 figures out of pocket, typically that's when people start thinking litigiously, and I have to recommend them that this is why we have this, so we can kind of hash this out. But again, that just kind of goes to show you the frustration that our contractor members are experiencing. So some of the graphics that you shown. Part of, you see that, I like graphs and colors and pictures too. They're fantastic. Adults like them more than children. We have graphs that show that a lot of the contractor participation numbers that are up there are showing contractor participation, meaning one contractor, not the number of jobs that they're doing. So Commissioner Suchman, as we've gone back and forth before, what's your definition of success? If you want to say the definition of success is that more contractors are participating, fine. How many jobs are they actually doing? If they participate one time, then that contractor goes up there as now you have another member. You just increased your percentage of membership. They might not put another job in the midstream program for 6 months or maybe even a year. On average, we're showing from our own data that contractors are using the program less than 2 times a month. So to me, that's not success. That's showing that there's contractors having issues to where they don't want to use it. Maybe they're involved with the program. Maybe you call me out to your house and I give you a price on a job and I really don't want to use the program because I have a sour taste in my mouth on it. But you say that you have another contractor who's using the rebate program. Now I feel like I'm forced to have to use that program to compete with that other company in order to get the job.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So it's a follow-up to Commissioner Barve's questions. So you go to the distributor, and do you pay fully the amount? Let's say it's a $10,000 heat pump. Do you pay that to the distributor, and then you get the heat pump? Or
So most companies including myself, so I can speak to myself and in general, but we have credit accounts. So you also have to look at it like that. There's, cash flow. Cash flow is king, especially in small businesses. Most companies, unless they're PE firms, which most of the PE firms, if you notice, the larger companies, they don't really use these rebate programs because their numbers are astronomical. It's a whole nother, conversation. But for us, cash flow is life's blood. So we're waiting to get that money back, month over month to pay our bills. And, we're not working off of accrual at that point. So if we do a job at the beginning of the month, then we owe that the following month. So if you have an issue or an instance where you have multiple jobs that you're waiting that haven't come through, and you're not going to get that until the following month, that means that you're paying out of pocket with money that you didn't get from the job. You're waiting, to pay that money out.
Okay. Mostly I asked that question because I'm wondering if there's a way to get the distributor out of the mix. So I don't understand why the utility is paying the distributor to pay you. Why isn't the utility, even if you went to the distributor looks at the paperwork, says, yeah, this meets the requirements of the program, sends it to the utility. Once the utility does their analysis, I don't understand why the utility then pays the rebate to the distributor. Why don't they just pay it directly to you?
So, and this is where I have a problem with some of this, because there's multiple facets of this program where the payments are set up differently. So I'm also a home performance contractor. So I deal with downstream on that side of the program. Larger numbers, and it's downstream, so the money gets paid directly from the utility to the homeowner. To go back to the promise of when these are going to be paid out, now you're talking about one entity being the utility paying directly to the homeowner, so there's that direct correlation. There's no in between with the utility where it gets lost and nobody knows where. The letters that go out to people say, I just had a customer call me literally this weekend. They have a notice from the utility company saying that they will get paid between 3 and 4 weeks. He goes, hey, it's been 4 weeks. I haven't gotten a check yet. And I said, ignore the 3 to 4 weeks. They never pay in 3 to 4 weeks. I don't care what it says. Expect it in 4 to 6 weeks. So even right there, that shows you that when they make one check payment, they're at least 2 weeks behind, and we're at least letting the customer know.
No, but I'm wondering if there's a way to cut out that last.
There is. So that's why I'm sorry. So
Okay.
I just want to kind of put that out there. So there's your downstream version where there's a delay. Then you have your midstream version that introduces the utility, and then you have a subset of the midstream program where now there's 2 different rebates. Okay, for the make ready under electrification. So if I do a job at your house and you're going to get a $2,000 rebate for the high efficiency equipment you're installing, that is what we're talking about with the standard midstream, where the check goes from the utility to the distributor, and then we get that money from the utility. If we do the make ready, which is up to another $3,000, that check goes from the utility directly to us and skips the distributor. So one of the things that we've said in our midstream work group meetings is change the address on the envelope. I don't understand where all the processing and
Yeah, I'm not understanding that either. So there's already a process in place where it goes from distributor to utility to you.
You see what I'm saying? So
Okay.
there's already a precedent set.
All right. So
it can be done, is my point.
yeah, and maybe someone can explain to me why we need that extra step of the distributor before. I understand the concern about not having checks go directly to the customer before verification. But if the verification happens at the distributor level and then the utility level, then there just seems to be an extra step that doesn't need to be there.
Yeah.
Okay.
And also the gentleman who was talking earlier, I haven't dealt directly with him. I usually deal with Eric from BGE. But as far as verification goes, when we do the downstream model, and I told you that it takes usually 4 to 6 weeks. Or I'm sorry, we tell people 6 to 8 weeks. I'm sorry, so that's even worse. 6 to 8 weeks adds in extra time for the verification that he's talking about when he said, I want at least 30 days so we can actually verify that. Well, if you actually send it directly to the customer and it goes directly to them within 6 to 8 weeks, you're literally doubling the amount of time. So that's actually, working to his benefit if that's a concern.
Okay. Well, maybe someone. So, do you consider the distributor to the utility and then to you downstream? Seems like a modified midstream. Okay, so maybe someone could explain to me why that last step needs to happen.
And the thing is with downstream, and I really appreciate Nicole. Nicole's been wonderful. That's one of the things that we've been working with, because the way that I look at it is you have four parts to this problem, or four players, I should say. You have the state, you guys, and you have the contractors, and you have the utilities, and then you have the ratepayers, the end users on this. We're trying. There is no perfect puzzle piece on this. There's going to be something wrong, that doesn't work to everybody's favor. Nicole and OPC obviously are representing the ratepayers on this. So from that end, we've been working with them and trying to find the best case to work on this, because I kind of feel like every recommendation that we're making, I'm a business owner. My job is to overcome obstacles. We got to get past it to make money and stay in business. So I'm all about finding one way to make something work instead of having 9 reasons why we can't do it. And I feel like that's what's happening. Everything is kind of turned into, giving me 9 reasons and 9 excuses on why we got to keep the status quo and not look for a better way to fix it.
Right. So maybe someone can explain why the utility can't pay you.
Chair and Commissioner Suchman, of note, I want to note that Ms. McDaniel does have her hand raised on the Zoom meeting. So
Is she still there?
Yes.
Oh,
and
okay.
So if you would like an answer from ICF or from those at the table or the podium, you can turn to those you see fit. All right, go ahead. McDaniel?
All right, so go ahead, Ms. McDaniel, if you got any answers.
Why the distributors are important?
Only at the tail end. So not in the beginning when the contractor goes to the distributor, they do the analysis. You said it takes about a week, and then that goes to the utility. Once the utility does its analysis and then sends the check out, why can't it send the check out directly to the contractor? Why does it have to go to the distributor and then to the contractor?
Because in a midstream program, the whole reason that program is successful is because the distributors we're making the incentive investment with the distributors to purchase that equipment so it is available to the contractors. And so they need to know with confidence that the program has the money to pay for that investment of high efficiency equipment. So they will stock it in order for contractors to sell it.
Yeah, but they know that when the contractor goes to them and buys the equipment. I guess I'm not really clear about why. I mean, the contract, the distributor will know that the contractor got the payment because that equipment's coming to the customer.
We have distributor members on our, literally multiple distributor members on our board. That's not that they've never said that once.
Okay. Well,
maybe
but I'm also not
that's the right
understanding.
questions, because I talk to distributors all across the country, and that's exactly how these programs are designed to work. Even in the instant discount program that OPC and others are recommending, distributors will not purchase not one single piece of equipment over and above the standard norm of 80-20 split of baseline equipment to high efficiency if they don't know the investment of sales is going to be there. And when it goes to the contractors, that's after the fact. They've already bought the equipment months in advance of those contractors coming with jobs. If we don't make the investment up front with the distributor, they have no visibility into what potential sales could happen down the road, because the contractors don't communicate that to them. They have no visibility into the programs themselves. This investment makes sure that they know they can be sure that the program is going to incentivize sales of high efficiency and gives them confidence to purchase it in advance of the contractors buying it. that make more sense?
I guess I'm not really following it. So the contractor goes to the distributor and says, we're spending $10,000 to buy this heat pump. And then you, as the contractor, are going to give them money. I mean, it's going to be on an account, or it's going to be, so the purchase has already been made. Then the question is, when are you going to get the rebate? But the purchase has happened, so I'm not understanding how you're getting the check from the utility is gonna make it look like it's more of a purchase than it already was, because you've purchased it. You can't like super purchase something. You've purchased it, right? I mean, you're not.
I can only go by my experience, and we sell a ton of high efficiency equipment, and there's a couple other contractors that, again, on our board, because we represent a lot of the sales on that stuff, and I know for sure, because I talk to my reps, and they talk to the big box stores, and they talk to us. What are you going to buy from us? I need to know what to stock. They don't need numbers from programs. They talk directly to us and say, and I come to them and I say, hey, the rebate program just went up. We're going to sell a ton of this, that, and the other. I need you to get them in stock. Okay, cool. Thanks for letting us know. We're going to start bringing everything down from other parts of the country, or we're going to put in more orders to the manufacturer, to the actual plants to bring them in. They listen to the contractors. I don't understand why nobody listens to the contractors, but obviously certain people do.
Well, I'm trying to understand why the distributor would want to have more work. I mean, it sounds like it's more work.
They don't like it. They don't want to do this.
They don't want the check to come from the utility?
It's no different than us. It's resources that they would rather use to do something.
Well, that's what I don't. That's I'm. And Ms. McDaniel, maybe you can explain why it's in the distributor's interest to have more work than to just have the money go directly to the contractor.
It's not about them having more work. It's about them having access to incentive funds to help them drive their business and make more sales. It's a business opportunity for them, else they wouldn't do it. Like, to your point, it is more work, but they wouldn't do it if there wasn't something in it for them.
Okay, so
And
that's
it's
what I
a
want to.
business
So are they leveraging the monies that they get from the utility? I mean, sometimes people like to hold money for a week or two, and then they earn some. I mean, I'm certainly no expert on this side of the business, but sometimes they'll arbitrage because they'll have access to money that can sit for a week and then they turn it around. I hope that's not what's happening here.
No, they make their account credits usually within 24 to 48 hours from receiving the checks from the programs. And as I mentioned before, some of them are even paying in advance. So they're actually taking on, some financial risk of whether those applications get reimbursed, but they're willing to do that to help drive sales through their contractor network.
But they already have the sales. So I guess I'm really I'm sorry, and I don't want to be short, but I guess I'm just really not understanding, if the sale already happened, how are they getting more of a sale if the money's coming back to them?
The sales didn't already happen. I think that's what you're mistaking is when distributors buy equipment, and let's just say we're in January, distributors will buy equipment depending on the size and volume that they sell. They will buy equipment in January for the coming summer, right? So they're buying 6 months in advance of needing that equipment on the floor. They're making a purchase with the manufacturer.
That's not true.
Right?
It's not true.
Then they're buying that equipment. They're putting their sales in. Some of them buy quarterly. Smaller distributors buy more frequently because they don't stock as much. But they're buying in advance. They're basing those purchasing decisions on their particular sales volumes. And to Sean's point, they might survey some of their larger contractors to understand, are they going to continue with the same pattern of sales to validate what they're seeing in the numbers. But ultimately, every distributor across the entire country basically looks at their sales volumes and then how much they think they can drive contractor contractors to purchase more or higher efficiency equipment. Might just be more volume of baseline equipment. It might be more volume plus high efficiency equipment, because each contractors are in, different models. Some contractors do nothing but baseline equipment. That's why you don't have all contractors participating.
Okay, but when the
They still
contractor
buy
first
equipment
comes
from
to the distributor and says, "I'd like to buy this heat pump for my customer," and my customer is eligible for a $2,000 rebate, does the sale happen then?
On singular sales for smaller contractors, yes, but larger contractors buy and stock equipment in volume. And so you may have some of the larger contractors in the program, they may buy a truckload of equipment at a time.
But those people, they're
no
buying it
idea
directly
where
from the
it's going.
distributor then. Or,
They're buying directly from the distributor.
I'm sorry, they're buying directly from the manufacturer.
No, they're buying from the distributor, Sean. I
Okay,
talked to them.
but the issues come up about smaller contractors, so that's kind of what we're focusing in on. And those smaller contractors, when they go to the distributor, that sale happens at the moment that they visit the distributor for the first time. That has been purchased. So the monies coming back from the utility back to the distributor are not going to make the sale because the sale already happened.
The contractor is leveraging the incentive in the sale to make it happen because the distributor told them about it in advance. And they usually, in a lot of cases, and Sean can attest to this, they'll stack other rebates along with the utility rebate that contractors can take advantage of to offer customers, depending on the brand.
Okay, but if the money went from the utility to the contractor, are the distributors going to be out of the sale?
If the money, yes, they would.
They would be out.
They would not see any benefit and therefore would not support the.
They would not. So the sale would not occur.
No, the sale would still occur at whatever the contractor sold, but the distributor would have, no say-so in that sale or influence in it. They wouldn't be motivated to pursue that the same way they are when they have incentive funds available to them.
Commissioner Stuchnik, if I could just offer a sort of another practical reason for doing it the way we are doing it now.
That's fine.
And this goes back to the cost of implementing the program from a utility standpoint and the impact on the customer's bill in the form of the surcharge. It would increase the cost of implementation if utilities had to send checks to individual contractors as opposed to the distributors. The main reason,
because you send one big check.
That's right. So
as opposed to individual
that's
checks.
right. And so if we have, say, 20 distributors, we're sending, an invoice to 20 different entities. Now, I'm sure Ms. McDaniel probably has this number memorized, but the number of contractors that are participating, I think, Mr. There you go, 348. Having to for utilities to send individual checks on a project by project basis to individual contractors just increases the cost of administering the program. So that's just another factor for the commission to consider.
Given that, though, that means you have a certain amount of leverage on the distributor, correct?
And Chair Hoover, I'm having trouble hearing you. I think your mic is off.
So that means you have a certain amount of leverage on the distributors, correct?
Well, I mean, if you call it leverage, sure, but it's sort of an incentive for them to participate.
Well, I
in the
understand,
program.
but it's also an incentive for them to get their act together
Absolutely.
and move the money along. So it seems to me you have the ability to say to the distributors, look, we're sending you this check for this amount of money. We expect you to then turn it around in a certain time frame, and if they don't, then something needs to happen.
Chair Hoover, you are absolutely correct, and that is why we've been asking Mr. Maloney to tell us specifics. I mean, he's mentioned a lot of things without specificity. We've asked
100%.
over and over again to say, tell us what contractors are having issues with what utilities, because maybe it's a sort of particular utility that these contractors are having pain points with. But without that specificity, we cannot do, Chair Hoover, what you just
All right, okay.
suggested.
I understand that. So, okay. So actually, OPC, I actually have a question for you. So in your presentation, you talked about the fact that, we should make the requirement for fronting the money, so to speak, on the distributors and not the contractors. But I guess the question I have for you is, do we have the ability to do that? I mean, we don't regulate the contractors, nor do we regulate the distribution companies. How are we going to force them to front the money, so to speak?
Yes, and I think it would be a program model change. If we were to do an instant rebate at point of sale, which we're not recommending today, we don't think that should be implemented today. We think we should try to figure out how to do it better. But that would be a condition of participating. So that, of course, Mr. Chairman, the distributors might say, no, we don't want to participate. And that's why we'd like to figure out what would make them want to participate with that kind of model. It would be a programmatic change, and then just like the contractors today, they would have a choice of whether or not to participate in that program model.
Okay, all right. You have a question, or?
I just
No, actually, I was going to
okay.
turn. I was actually going to turn to him if we didn't have any more questions. So actually, you can respond to whatever you've heard, both
Where's the button?
remotely
Where's the
and
button?
within the room.
Yeah.
And please give us your name and affiliation for the court reporter.
So Sean Maloney, Mallonee, and I'm owner of SM Mechanical, and I'm president of Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors. One thing to kind of get out of the way too is, I know Macy's talking about a lot of things as far as nationwide and distributors nationwide and all the different programs. The thing that we have to keep in mind is that Maryland is not representative of the whole country, not even close. Okay, if you talk to any PE firm who's looking to buy companies in the Baltimore, Washington area, they will be the first ones to tell you this is the most highly competitive region in the entire country. There are so many small business contractors that it makes it so highly competitive that that's part of the big thing. So when you talk about the distributors, need to wait and see what equipment they buy, I can tell you post-COVID, there has not been one summer or one winter where we haven't been waiting for equipment that's on back order. And it's not because they're waiting for an incentive program to give them the numbers. It's because it's not available. It's sold and they can't get it, and we're waiting for it to come in. Okay, super high efficiency. When it comes to the contractors who are buying bulk and truckloads and all that, those are your big companies. They don't deal with the distributor. The distributor delivers it to them, but they have contracts directly with the manufacturers. So they're buying it directly from carrier, directly from train, whatever. They're getting it for bottom dollar. Distributors aren't making a penny. They're literally just shipping it. So that's completely, it's not even part of the conversation. The distributors listen to us, and they know that we are the tip of the spear when it comes to these rebate programs, and literally the rest of the country is watching us. Stephanie and I are attending a Hardy convention in next month actually, and we're being a part of that because we're working with Hardy. Hardy represents I think a couple thousand distributors nationwide. They are working with us because they see that Maryland has, they're at the front of this, to where what happens in Maryland with these rebate programs and how successful they are and how well they do both in energy savings, electrification, carbon reductions, and increase in sales. They're looking to us because distributors in the rest of the country and states in the rest of the country are looking at us to see if it's going to work or not. So everything that we're doing right here, it's going to set a precedent for the rest of the country. So I never thought I'd be, people be looking to see what the rest of the country is going to do, but here we are. Okay, that's some of the things that you guys are tasked with, and that's what we're working with as contractors. We want to make money. We want to keep in business. On top of doing what you guys are setting the standards for us. So we're just looking to make those recommendations, help us help you. Okay, so with that being said, as competitive as it is, I also feel that as the money goes up, and I know you guys you haven't asked me yet, but I have my own opinions on fraud. A year ago, I brought it up that there was going to be a high likelihood of fraud moving forward because as the numbers go up and up, there's going to be people, some bad actors that are going to look to take advantage of that. There is an amount of acceptable loss that goes into this. I mean, you're not going to stop everybody from driving across the state line and taking them, but you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. I've said that many times. You have to look for what the best average of success rate is compared to what your acceptable loss is. But there needs to be a lot more QC when it comes to it because we've seen some of that. But we just want to be able to sell the equipment and keep our cash flows going on this. And part of that, going back to the distributors every summer, at the end of the summer, when work slows down, we have all this work that's going out, and while we're in the June and July, once we get to August, like clockwork, the distributors will tell you, you have a ton of delinquent accounts. So when you talk about them recouping that money, they have delinquent accounts from small contractors, and part of it is because of this. When you're $200,000 out and you're waiting to get that back, and then all of a sudden the work slows down at the end of August because kids are going back to school and get that last vacation in, people don't want to do the jobs. Now you're so far out, waiting for money to come in. That's when businesses go out of business. That's when companies, have trouble paying their bills, and the first bill that they don't pay is the distributors. So when you talk to the distributors are like, please, asking me, please get rid of this midstream program. It would be absolutely fantastic if we don't have to do this. One of the things that he said about the cost, there is $75 allocated to every single processing as a fee that goes through, that distributors get paid to process this. If you're going to try and tell me that a stamp and an envelope costs $75 to send directly to the contractor, it's more than that. I mean, I want to see the math. Because if you just basically take that money and keep it yourself, or you actually give it to the end user, which is the whole purpose of the rebate program, I think that's a better use of the money anyway. The other thing is because it's so highly competitive, and because people are having issues with this, going back to what Commissioner Barve asked me earlier, if it's a $10,000 job, because everybody knows that it's going to take so long to get this back, if I'm going to get back a $4,000 check and the customer's going to pay out of pocket, and I'm going to be made whole right then and there, it's a $10,000 job. But on average, we're seeing that the cost of the jobs are going up. So this program is actually costing the end user more money because your average contractor is adding money to the job to basically charge money. Hey, you know what? I'm like a bank at this point. If I'm financing the job and it's going to take me 2 months to get it back, guess what? The job just got more expensive. So are we really incentivizing people, or are we actually using this incentive program to make the job cost more to the end user? Now your ROI just took that much longer. So now you're starting to get into that category of, is the program working? What's your definition of success? So that's not fraud specifically, but it's kind of fraudulent when people are taking the money. The purpose of these programs is not for contractors to make more money. It's supposed to be to change the behavior of people to put in higher efficiency equipment, or do carbon reductions. So if you do, to go back to the downstream, where I think the downstream is the superior model, it's because, I've said this before as well, whether you're talking about cell phones or you're talking about cars, we've all been conditioned to finance certain things as they get more expensive. Nobody buys cars outright. Nobody even buys cell phones outright anymore because they keep on raising the price, that you just roll it into a monthly payment and you're comfortable with that. Not too many people, especially your average person, has $8,000 to $15,000 sitting in their bank account, and even if they do, they don't want to just completely give it away and then just drop all their money in their savings account. What's your financing options? So if they're asking me right off the jump what the financing options is, well then why don't we go to downstream? Because as Nicole said earlier, what I prefer to do in my downstream model is we finance the customer, and a lot of times we have 0% financing for 18 months. Well, if the customer is getting a $10,000 or a $15,000 check back from BGE directly, they don't have to pay that loan off for 18 months. They just take that $10,000 or $15,000 check and they throw it on the loan. All they care about is what is their end out of pocket. That makes the most expense. It eliminates the contractor from getting into cash flow issues. It eliminates the distributor from being a part of something they shouldn't even be a part of in the first place. And then the customers are fine either way. There's no additional undue burden to a customer if they're financing, because they're making minimum monthly payments. That's my suggestion. Unless somebody can tell me that there's something better, I think I've been recommending that for literally 2 years.
Okay, questions? Commissioner McLean?
Good afternoon, sir. To follow up on your last point on the number of contractors that offer financing, is that most of them?
I would say that the majority of contractors who have the resources to do the processing for the rebate programs, you know, your Chuck in a truck, they're not offering financing. They're also not doing rebates because they don't have somebody in an office to do that. So it's kind of a moot point. When you get into a company that actually has office staff, they're offering financing and they're offering rebates.
All right, thank you, sir. In terms of responding to Mr. Michelle, he said that he's been asking for specifics, specific contractors that are having problems with specific utilities and specific distributors, and that was something that was raised back in October. He said he hasn't received anything, to that nature.
I've never spoken to him.
Okay, well, and I saw you shaking your head, or you wanted to jump out of your seat, it looked like.
Because it's a little ridiculous.
Okay, right, well, okay, have you related your specific complaints to someone at BGE or to SPECO or wherever?
So I deal with Eric Ripko and Amy Bays.
Okay,
and they've repeatedly, you know, and we have a good working relationship. So I deal directly with them, and then we have multiple contractors. Like I said, they call us, and we tell them on an individual basis to, you know, contact BGE directly. Now, I'm not going to sort out somebody's individual processing issues, but I do know that that Amy and Jordan both came to my office personally because, you know, this was in like April, and we showed where we had more than one rebate that was still open from October and November. Just to do the math on the time frames on that, and there was no issues on our end, and that's a couple right there that were several $1,000s that were literally like 3 and 4 months behind. So multiply that times, you know, hundreds of contractors. We have people who like I said, they reach out to us, and then we let them know, and then when we have our midstream meetings, it's like, you know, in the meetings it's like, hey, no, we're getting better, and it's like, well, I'm not going to sit there and list all of our contractors who have reached out for me, but it's like my eyes and my ears tell me it's not getting good enough because I still have problems because everybody calls us about it. They expect us to help.
Right, okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Linton?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. So you were here earlier today, and you've heard from the utility companies and I think it was Ms. McDonald who mentioned that at least for BGE, there's been a lot more contractors participating in the program. But at the same time, you're telling us that there are contractors that are not satisfied because they're not receiving payments on a timely basis. We have several different proposals that have been made to us today, including one that you've proposed as well. But we also have some parties suggesting that we either defer this to a working group or we do nothing and allow the program to continue moving forward as it is. What would be the response of your organization, or perhaps better, of the contractor community if the commission follows one of those paths, like either send it to a work group for further discussion or takes no action at all?
So I'm not thrilled with status quo because there's issues there, and the problems get worse and worse. And I also feel that there's times where, like right now, we go by 3-year cycles, which I think we've set the precedent now that we don't need to wait for 3-year cycles to make changes now because we've made major changes all throughout the 3-year cycles. So that 3-year cycle for me is kind of, you know, over and done with. What I don't want is the 3-year cycle, when we kind of get close to coming up to that, to turn into an excuse on, you know, well, now we're too close to the end of it, we'll wait until later on down the road and kick the can a little bit. I feel that it's one thing to say we should have a midstream work group. It's another thing to actually see results from the midstream work group, because if we have a work group every 2 weeks and the contractors are saying the same thing every 2 weeks but nothing's changing, is there really a point to the midstream work group? Obviously there is, because we do have, you know, good working relationships and we are finding ways to, you know, to work together, but it's not working the way that we feel that we're being taken serious enough. So that's why, you know, we made that the extent to say, you know, we feel it would be in the contractor's best interest when summer happened and it got so bad, to actually put a pause on the program, kind of a, you know, nuclear option there a little bit. And at the beginning of the conversation, I was looking, honestly, I was using it as a threat, to be honest with you now, right? And I came at the end of the conversation and I said, I'm just going to be transparent right now. I wasn't serious about it at the beginning. I was just saying it just so I would get your attention. But by the time we discussed it at the end of the conversation, I said, no, I'm serious now. Shut it down, because this is ridiculous and it's not going to get any better. It's only going to get worse. That's on behalf of contractors, because the most important thing to contractors is staying in business, not rebate programs. If it puts us out of business, we don't want to be a part of it. And I'm hearing more and more contractors, not just one type of contractor. I'm talking about larger contractors, the smaller mid-range contractors. So I mean, they come from, they have different amounts of resources, and they're starting to have similar complaints about this, to the point they're like, I don't want to be involved in this anymore. So if I'm not working with you to bring this to your attention, then I'm not doing my job as a stakeholder to let you know, because you can't do your job without the input, right? So something that I'm also going to recommend to kind of keep in mind, we're getting ready to have a large change, because Eric and Amy and I had a meeting months ago, and going back and forth too. They're asking us for recommendations as contractors where we're at, about the budget, because basically they were getting to the point where they were getting low on funds for this year's budget. So I told them a good recommendation for me would be to front load next year's budget, some of that money, especially quarter 3 and quarter 4, back into the end of this year and first quarter for 2026. And the reason why is because I feel like we're going to have a lot of success based on right now. And you can't go year over year, because it's the market's so volatile with what we're dealing with. So next year, the 25C federal tax credit's going away. That's $2,000 on every job that's going to be going away. And I feel that the success of this program has a lot to do with the piggybacking of the local utility rates plus the $2,000 additional federal tax credit. I think that once that federal tax credit goes away, there is going to be an immense drop-off. So this year versus next year, we're going to have a whole nother conversation this time next year about why the numbers have decreased so rapidly, and then that's when I'm going to look at you guys and say, because of what I told you last year. So these are the things that we're kind of, we see what's coming, and we're trying to adapt as it goes, and that's where I feel that the contractors have such a voice in this, because I sit at customers, they're at their kitchen tables, and I talk to them and see, what's important to them, how they're doing, what they're trying to achieve. I mean, obviously the housing market makes a big difference on that. For the last however many years, people changed houses like they changed their underwear. So nobody really wanted to put high efficiency equipment in, because I'm going to sell the house in the next year or two. People aren't talking like that anymore. Now they're saying, my interest rate, I'm not losing that 3%. I'm trying to be in this house for the foreseeable future. I might as well put money into solar, put money into high efficiency, put money into weatherization. So this is like an ever adapting thing. So this is why it's a living, breathing kind of thing when it comes to that. We're your eyes and ears to let you know what you can base your expectations on.
All right, thank you. Thank you,
Commissioner Sussman.
So I'm thinking a little bit more about the role of the distributor, and as Ms. Daniels explained, they fill out a form, they make sure all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed, and then they send the form to the utility. Is there something that's kind of unique about their role at that point? Is that something that a contractor can do, something that a contractor knows how to do, particularly because the form then goes to the utility, and the utility spends 30 days reviewing the form and making sure that all of those I's really were dotted and T's really were crossed? I mean, is there anything that's kind of unique about the role of the distributor? Because you've gone to the distributor and you've ordered or you've purchased the HVAC system. So at that point, is there anything that they do that you couldn't do?
No, we did it for years. I mean, there used to be a downstream model for years. So we would do the same thing we do now, which is submit into the portal for the equipment. We put the model and serial numbers in there. It's got the AHRI, so we're making sure that the AHRI, which is the verification that the efficiency hits. So we're submitting all of that customers' information, and then that goes off to BGE, and the only difference between that model And this model is that the check used to go directly to the customer, and in this model, the check goes from the from the utility to the distributor and then to us. So I don't see any reason or definitely no benefit to having them in there. There's no additional information. As far as fraud goes, they're not helping out on that. They're not verifying anything. Fraud verification is still going to ultimately, rely on the utilities. My biggest fraud issue that I see is on the electrification, just making sure that people aren't putting in that they're doing more work than what they're getting paid to do, because I've seen evidence of that, plenty of times. The home performance side, we've found, I myself personally have had two companies thrown out of the program. That's probably what he's talking about, because I can't imagine that it's not felonious. That's probably what he's not bringing up details on that, but we found immense fraud on that side, where there was forgery with contracts and submitting incorrect information, and over and over again, until we caught them as a contractor because we had uncomfortable customers. Same thing, me being objective, I make my recommendations for the good of this whole program. I don't want a black eye on the program. I don't want people thinking it's a scam, and I definitely don't want my ratepayer dollars wasted, making somebody else money when they're doing it for the wrong reasons.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so let me start with BG&E.
Yeah, good afternoon again. Eric Repko with Baltimore Gas and Electric. No, definitely appreciate the conversation here today. I definitely have had, numerous conversations with Mr. Maloney. I think, the really important thing is needing specifics. I feel like, being the Baltimore City Fire Department, and somebody's calling saying there's a fire, but I need some specifics on where the fire is in order to address it. We do, over 100 engagements with distributors, trying to, work with them, try to understand their processes. They all have kind of unique processes sometimes, and trying to, figure out where we can accelerate that. But definitely, overall, we need specifics if we want to improve this. I would caution too that the plan we filed for this cycle for the HVAC program was at the midstream level. I believe Ms. Maisie's presentation showed the numbers, sales volume numbers for the downstream program, which was significantly less. So any change would probably drive participation to be much lower in this program. So, but I will end on one note. About 2 weeks ago, I had a conversation with a large HVAC manufacturer. They had reached out wanting to have a discussion about what's going on in the Maryland market. Companies based in Japan, and they said there's something unique going on here, and we had a good conversation with them about the program that's happening here, the midstream program, and the participation levels and the equipment that was moving through the program. And overall, they were asking, how can we replicate this program with other utilities in other jurisdictions across the United States? So do want to just end on that note. So thank you.
Okay. All righty. Wait a minute. Actually, you got a question?
Yeah, I've got a question for BG&E, so you have to come back. You thought you could just sneak away. Very clever.
I thought it was
So talk to me about, so from the utilities perspective, you're getting paperwork from the distributor. Tell me how that is different, how that is better for the utility than paperwork from a contractor.
Well, first of all, I'll say I sympathize with Sean. I come from a family of small businesses, so I understand, his perspective. And I don't think everyone
Right,
has
but I'm trying to understand your perspective.
But my perspective is this, I believe it's been brought up earlier, but incentivizing at the distributor level is encouraging the distributors to carry the equipment in-house, or they're stocking that equipment. So it's an option for the contractor. And then also incentivizing it brings that equipment to where it's on par with or brings the cost down, so that it makes it for a choice for the contractors when they come in and they.
Okay, so that's,
Yeah.
so I understand that's the argument from the distributor side.
Right.
I'm trying to understand the paperwork piece. So the distributor gives you paperwork and says, this customer is going to be buying this HVAC system and the contractor's going to install it. How is that, the paperwork that you're getting from the distributor, is that giving you sort of greater comfort that the transaction's really happening, as opposed to paperwork you're getting from the contractor? I'm just from the utilities perspective, how are they different?
The information that we're getting from the distributor is all consolidated, so we're getting basically like a batch of information, a file with the information for multiple jobs all at once. So we're not opening up each envelope from each distributor essentially and reviewing that job. So we're getting essentially a batch of jobs to review and validate before the payment goes out.
And by a batch, you mean how many is a batch?
It depends on the distributor and the volume that, and I think Mr. Maloney can speak to this, but there's obviously times of the year where there's more sales volume going on when during the summer months and during the winter months and stuff like that.
Yeah, but I mean a batch. So is a batch 5, 10? I actually don't really know what a.
Yeah, if Ms. McDaniel's on the line still, I'd probably
just take a guess.
chime in.
Right. I mean, you're dealing with it, so it's coming to you, right?
It's coming through our implementation vendor. So.
Okay. So when you see it, on average, what are you looking? I mean, are you looking at, a distributor sending you 5, 10, 50? I'm not really, because you're telling me that it's more efficient for you to get these applications in from the distributor as opposed to the contractor, because you'll have to open each envelope. But how? I mean, I'm trying to understand in terms of numbers. What's a batch look like?
Again, I would defer to Ms. McDaniel if she wants to chime in, but I think that the bigger genesis of it is if I.
No, but but she's not BGE. You're BGE. So I'm just asking, when BGE looks at a batch, what's a batch?
Well, I would say that the ICF is our implementation vendor, that they're working on validating that for us. So that's where the validation piece is coming in. That I'm not sitting at a desk reviewing the application. So
Okay, can you get that number? Can you get that number for me? So that'll be another bench request.
It could be hundreds.
Hundreds.
Yeah, it depends on the distributor. It depends
Okay.
on the time of the year.
Okay, and there's from your perspective, there's an efficiency in that if you're getting hundreds in, and then you can review them all at the same time, as opposed to opening the envelope and then getting them. I get. Can you? You're not gonna-
I would say we're reviewing them. We're able to review our larger volume quicker, and we're also sending out fewer checks. So we're sending out checks to the distributors versus sending out hundreds of checks to contractors or thousands of checks to individual customers. There's a cost that goes with an administrative cost that goes on. So if we were to move the program back to a downstream program, that would be something that we would have to bring forth to the commission. Is that there would be a larger administrative cost.
Okay, so for example, in 2024, how many customers were eligible, received rebates for the year for HVAC systems? Do you have? I'm just trying to get a sort of a sense of how many you would have processed, and so how many checks you would have cut if you had to cut them to individual customers as opposed to distributors.
I don't have the number with me, but if you would like me to
Yeah,
give
yeah.
that,
If you could just, because I'm just trying to get a sense of, so how many distributors, how many checks to distributors, for how many systems, and then how would that translate into customers for 2024? Okay.
I'll get that information.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. Jennifer Raley for SMECO. Last name's R-A-L-E-Y. Just wanted to touch base on SMECO's midstream program and just share a little bit of information. SMECO pretty much represents more of the smaller contractor base in our service territory. Currently, we've not received any complaints or any concerns from our contractors regarding payments. We've been on the midstream work group calls, and we've asked, I know that Sean's group represents, he said over 200 plus in the Baltimore, Washington area. We're not sure how many of those are in SMECO service territory, but we've asked on the calls before with some of the contractors that have been on the calls if there have been any issues in SMECO service territory, and as of right now, we've not received any. We are turning the payments around within 31 calendar days, and that includes flawed applications. That's on average. So those applications that were mentioned earlier that may be missing information or whatever, 31 days includes, that's the average, including those flawed applications. We have a drawdown account that with our implementer so that we can turn the payments around a little bit quicker. And then also, the distributors also have their own methods depending on their relationship with the contractor. So some may offer a credit on the account, possibly with some of the larger contractors versus a smaller contractor. Some are cutting checks. We tried the instant method out before with one distributor, and it really didn't get more participation. We had, some people, some contractors were participating in the instant, others were not, so it was about a half and half. Then when we started requiring more of the paperwork to make sure we were getting all the evaluation information and to also make sure there was no fraud and stuff going on, requiring more paperwork and information being submitted, that distributor stopped offering the instant because they said they could not offer that with the level of paperwork and documentation that we needed for evaluation and to make sure that there was not contractor fraud or other fraud going on. Commissioner Suchman, you asked on the HVAC equipment. I don't have the numbers for 2024, but for Q1, Q2 of 2025, we had about 1,400 measures come through the HVAC program. And we have about 25 distributors participating and 287 contractors participating. And like I said, we haven't received any complaints, not to say there isn't any, but we've checked with our contractors. We're in touch with them quite frequently. We're in touch with our distributors quite frequently and have not received any specific complaints. If I were to receive a complaint, we would go and research it and try to figure out why payments were being delayed. But without having specifics, I can't tell if there is an issue because no issues have been brought to us to address.
Okay. Any questions? All righty. And
I'll just introduce myself for the record. Damon Krieger on behalf of Southern Maryland Electric Cooperative, and obviously I'm here with Jennifer Raley, who said it pretty much it all, so I'm not going to repeat it, other than to say that certainly the phrase utilities has been thrown around here as a group, and so we would appreciate that SMECO be viewed individually in that our midstream program has been very successful. And so with that in mind, I do want to reiterate, I certainly don't know Mr. Maloney, just like Mr. Michelle doesn't know Mr. Maloney, but to the extent that there are specific concerns about contractor partners with SMECO, we would certainly appreciate that being brought to our attention so we can work with those individuals, those companies, and help them move through our processes. So with that, thank you.
Understood. All right. And
thank you, Commissioners. My name is Babatunde Idrisu. That's BABATUNDE I just wanted to say for the midstream program, for the midstream option that was brought up by OPC and the contractors, MEA would not support a midstream model for this program, partly because that would mean that customers, many of whom are financially constrained, would have to put upfront the cost of buying this equipment and then wait for reimbursements. As we've also heard from some of the utilities, it also means that there's going to be higher administrative costs associated with cutting checks to perhaps thousands of customers. That also goes back to the surcharge. What we would like to see in the long run is an instant rebate model. We understand that there's been challenges that's been raised by the evaluators regarding how that model will be implemented, but we believe that it's something that perhaps can be worked on and would probably be the best solution for the long term. So that's essentially what I want to say.
All right, so you have your own incentives that you provide, correct?
We do provide some incentives, yes.
So how does your payment system work?
So MEA works with, for the energy efficiency programs, we do work with nonprofits. And those nonprofits work with, and it's directed primarily to low-income Marylanders. So those nonprofits work like middlemen to reach out to the Marylanders that need some of those incentives.
So do you pay money directly to contractors or customers or both?
We work with nonprofits and local governments.
But don't you have programs that actually send money to individual customers?
We do.
All right, so how does that get done? How's that handled?
We have. I don't work directly with the programs team.
Well,
but
why
we
don't
do
you, so if you don't know the details on it, why don't, along the lines of the questions that were sent to BG&E about how their process works, why don't you send us information on how your process works when it comes to payment? And what I want to find out is, do you cut a check to a contractor? Do you cut a check to a customer? You know, how's it work? I mean, I have some idea about how it worked a long time ago, but I'm probably not conversant as what you now.
Programs, because the different programs have different designs.
I understand that, so just, you know, whatever you want to tell us, feel free. So.
You want me to answer that?
No, that's fine. I'll let him do it. So that's his job. So.
Because we do them with as a contract.
No, I understand that. So, all right. So we exhausted this topic. I guess so. All right.
Exhausted.
I believe this is the last one, so we'll see how it goes. Thank you.
Oh, all right.
I just wanted to, Commissioner Suchman, to your request earlier, it was 15,000 incentives were paid through the BG HVAC program.
Okay.
Okay, good afternoon. Michael Jang on behalf of staff, MICHAL, last name JIANG. Staff appreciates the opportunity to present the Future Programming Workgroup report to the Commission. The workgroup has been meeting weekly to develop a recommendation for the greenhouse gas, or GHG, goals of the utilities for the 2027 to 2029 program cycle, which are provided in the workgroup status report and supplemental filing. The status report also provided initial discussions regarding DHCD's goals for the next cycle, which individual parties have also submitted comments on this past Friday on November 14th. Additionally, the status report also provides an update regarding the workgroup's progress on the creation of a demand response, or DR, goal, as well as the Commission's directive to address additional third-party involvement in future EmPOWER planning. I will begin my presentation on the recommendations regarding the GHG goals for the EmPOWER utilities. The workgroup has had a considerable amount of discussion regarding how to create the goals that were provided in the workgroup report. In the end, the workgroup decided to translate previous megawatt-hour goals in EmPOWER into a life cycle GHG emission reduction goal for the electric utilities using what we called the TRACE methodology, as explained in the status report. To summarize, the TRACE methodology essentially utilizes three inputs to create the GHG goals presented in the report. These three inputs include the baseline savings factor, which we utilize 2.5% of 2016 baseline megawatt-hour sales, the estimated useful life, or EUL, of the measures within the program, and a marginal emissions intensity projection. My summary is a simplified version of what was provided in the report, but more details regarding each of those inputs can be found in the workgroup status report itself. By utilizing these three inputs, the workgroup was able to translate the statutory minimum of 2.5% of 2016 baseline megawatt-hour sales into the GHG emission reduction goals provided in the status report and supplemental filing. The workgroup reached a consensus on utilizing the minimum goals in House Bill 864 for the 2027 to 2029 program cycle due to the current environment of high energy costs to ratepayers, as well as the built-in increase of goals from 2.25% in 2026 to 2.5% starting in 2027. The workgroup has also come to consensus on utilizing a marginal emissions intensity projection. For the 2027 to 2029 program cycle, the stakeholders believe that using marginal emissions will better reflect real-world GHG emission reductions contributed by the EmPOWER programs. Although marginal emission rates are typically higher than average emission rates, it doesn't make it more or less difficult for the utility to achieve its goals, as the savings that the utility earns will be also calculated on marginal emission rates. One area of non-consensus for the creation of the GHG emission reduction goal is whether or not there should be a longer-lived measure adjustment for the EUL of measures. Specifically, the purpose of adding a longer-lived measure adjustment would be to establish goals that encourage utilities to pursue measures that produce savings over a longer period of time. Having the longer-lived measure adjustment would result in higher GHG emission reduction goals and therefore greater GHG saving benefits, but could also potentially result in higher utility program costs. I'm sure individual parties will provide their own thoughts on this in their own presentations. But to summarize, the utilities, staff, and MEA do not support the use of a longer-lived measure adjustment at this time. OPC, MEEA, and the Green and Healthy Homes Initiative do support the inclusion of a longer-lived measure adjustment. Additional details regarding why each party supports their positions can be found in the workgroup status report on pages 19 through 22. The workgroup does note that the topic of front-of-the-meter savings was also discussed. At this time, due to the uncertainty of what kinds of programs may or may not be included in future utility plans that may fall under this category, the workgroup has agreed to continue discussions on how these programs could be included and vetted in utility plans for the future. For the creation of the gas and power utilities goals, the calculation is simpler because you can convert the therm savings into equivalent GHG emission reduction goal. The goals for WGL are supported by staff, MEA, OPC, and MEEA at this time. MDE believes that the goals should be greater than the minimum stated in House Bill 864. For BGE's gas goal, the recommendation is supported by staff, MEA, and OPC. MEEA and MDE both believe that the goal should be higher, and their specific recommendations can be found in the status report. As a secondary matter which relates to the creation of the GHG emission reduction goals is in regards to DHCD's goals. As indicated in the status report, the workgroup believes that the savings produced by DHCD's programs can contribute to the savings achieved by each of the EmPOWER utilities per House Bill 864. Thus, in order to create a specific GHG emission reduction goal that the utilities have to meet, the workgroup recommends that DHCD's aggregate goal be separated out between the utilities once DHCD's goal has been determined. To be clear, the workgroup is not recommending that DHCD's goals be based on achieving a specific amount of GHG emission savings in each service territory, but is instead just one single aggregate goal. The workgroup just recommends apportioning this goal between the different utilities in order to create a definite goal that each of the utilities can utilize for their creation of their 2027 to 2029 program plans without having the risk of a moving target that is dependent on the performance of DHCD's programs. As mentioned in the status report, shortly before the date in which the status report was filed, DHCD proposed an interpretation of House Bill 864 regarding its GHG emission reduction goals that differed significantly from other parties' understanding of the statute. As there was insufficient time to discuss what implications this interpretation would have, the parties believed that it would be best if there was additional time for each party to review the language and provide the Commission party-specific comments at a later time. So these individual party comments have been submitted in case 9705 this past Friday on November 14th. However, in the status report, there are some initial comments from each of the parties that can be found on pages 35 through 37 of the status report, but of course more finalized positions can be found in the most recent filings from each of the parties. In regards to the status on the creation of demand response goals, the workgroup has had some initial discussions on DR goals and provided the parties initial considerations for the Commission about those goals on pages 5 and 6 of the status report. The future programming work group does plan on filing an additional status report on Wednesday, November 19th on our current work of the DR goals. And then finally, the last topic is in regards to the involvement or participation of third parties in future EmPOWER planning. The work group is committed to provide the opportunity for more third parties to be involved with the planning portions of the EmPOWER program. Some parties indicated that what DHCD does is also provide an opportunity for parties to provide input on program planning early on in the planning process, which is something the work group is considering doing. It is noted that there is usually an opportunity for interested stakeholders to provide recommendations for potential utility programs that typically happens near the beginning of the year before program cycle plans are drafted. Furthermore, the future programming work group will continue to have additional discussions to identify additional stakeholders that may be interested in participating in the planning process for the EmPOWER programs, as well as maybe leveraging the EmPOWER reporting and process improvement work group to increase third-party involvement for future planning. This concludes staff presentation of the work group report, and staff is available for questions. Thank you.
So, questions for staff? Alrighty. Reactions?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I actually will allow my SMEs to introduce themselves and do the outbound presentation.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Christopher Hutchinson, last name Hutchinson, and I'll be delivering the report for BGE and the PHI utilities. Future Programming Work Group was a collaborative effort with valuable input from many voices and stakeholders that delivered a largely consensus report. BGE and PHI recommend the Commission support these consensus items and adopt the goals recommended by staff, the EmPOWER utilities, and other stakeholders before January 1st, 2026. This time frame allows for the needed time to plan and develop our programs, and it is required by HB 864. We believe that this position represents an aggressive goal that meets the requirements of the legislation and supports states' climate goals while not placing an excessive financial burden on customers with an unnecessarily high goal. Additionally, as a side note, this goal that is supported is closely aligned with OPC's opening suggestion of a baseline of an EUL for a goal. There are 3 non-consensus items in the reports, all regarding the size of the goal. The difference in the 2 positions on the electric goal are based on different assumptions for the effective useful life of measures in the portfolio. These assumptions are one of the key determining factors for the overall goal amount and greatly influence the cost to achieve the goal. The longer life measure adjustment assumes a higher percentage of longer life measures. The result of this adjustment is approximately a 10% higher goal. However, it does not have an impact on the measure mix used to meet the goal and would be more costly to achieve. As shown in our report, approximately 51% of statewide measures already have an EUL of 12 years or more. And it is the position of BGE and the PHI utilities that this adjustment is unnecessary, as we believe the intent of the adjustment is already being met. As Commissioner Barvey has mentioned in the past, the legislature writes these laws as inherently ambiguous, and therefore we do not see the need to arbitrarily add a more complex and ambitious to an already ambitious goal. Our position is similar on the gas goal. While MDE and MEEA recommend having increased goals, the utilities and remaining stakeholders agree that the statutory minimum GHG goal is appropriate, again with higher goals leading to higher costs for Marylanders in an already economically constrained environment. The final non-consensus item of the report is on how GHGD goals should be constructed. The utilities submitted comments with our positions on this issue on Friday. In the working group, DHCD noted that the 2 positions represented have drastically different cost implications. The BGE and the PHI utilities have major concerns over the increase in costs that would result in the annual goal interpretation put forth by some of the stakeholders. Although additional time is needed to assess and understand the full bill impact requiring DHCD to achieve this GHG goal annually, based on our preliminary cost projections, this interpretation could result in a 40 to 50% increase in the total EmPOWER surcharge borne by our customers. We ask that the Commission reject the interpretation of HB 864 that will result in unreasonable outcomes and negatively impact those customers that DHCD seeks to serve. In addition, BG would like to reiterate the recommendation made by Ms. Yu and respectfully urge the Commission to develop an EmPOWER framework order to be released in two parts. One to be released before January 1st, 2026, and the other to be released in February 2026. The framework established by these orders would set the necessary guidelines that the EmPOWER utilities and DHCD need to successfully plan our portfolios for the upcoming cycle. An order that locks down the future programming workgroup assumptions as well as the evaluation baseline and methodologies at the beginning of the program cycle planning process will provide the stability that the utilities and DHCD need to successfully plan and implement our programs. As we have transitioned away from an amortization model to an expense funding model, each mid-year cycle adjustment to program implementation and therefore program budgets as a result of the change of any of the above will directly impact customers in real time. In an era of affordability challenges, the need for stability and for utilities to know how their programs will be evaluated is stronger than ever. HB 864 requires that the Commission shall issue an order that determines the GHG emissions reductions goal by January 1st, 2026, so that the utilities and DHCD have the 8 months time to plan in advance of the September 1st filing. This timeline is critical to developing portfolios that meet the established GHG emission reduction goals at the lowest possible ratepayer cost and allow for robust and meaningful stakeholder engagement in that process. The utilities, again, urge the Commission to respect this deadline and provide clear EmPOWER goals by this date. At the same time the goals are established, the utilities believe that it is critical to formally lock down all assumptions used to develop the goal in the future programming workgroup for the entire cycle, including planning, implementation, and evaluation. In order for utilities to plan a portfolio that utilizes ratepayer dollars most effectively, we need to know that we will be evaluated, and we need to utilize the same factors in our planning process. While there still work needs to be done in order for the cost recovery workgroup to provide their final report, it is also critical that the PIM is established with enough time for utilities to factor it into our planning for the next cycle. We urge that the Commission provide a ruling on this topic no later than February 1st, 2026. And as the utilities begin to develop plans to meet our next EmPOWER cycle goals, it is critical that the evaluation protocols and baselines be locked down for the duration of the cycle. Mid-cycle EM&V changes, including changes in codes and decisions made by the independent evaluator, can result in significant impacts to customer and contractor participation, as well as the affordability of our programs. The resulting increased program costs have a disproportionate effect on the surcharge and customer bills in the current expense cost recovery structure. We firmly believe that unchangeable EM&V baseline and protocols, all parties can adequately prepare for the upcoming cycle, and we also request that a decision may be made on this by February 1st. Again, so I know I kind of said a lot. In sum, we recommend that the Commission approve the staff and the BGE and the PHI utilities future programming workgroup positions, approve DHCD's interpretation of the goals, and provide a framework delivered in two parts, January 1st regarding the GHG goal and the future programming workgroup assumptions, and February 1st regarding the PIM and the EM&V baselines and protocols. And with regards to the demand response goals, I will pass to my colleague.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. I am Kevin Knight. I am the Manager of Load Management Programs at BGE. And as you heard, the Future Planning Workgroup did have a lot of work, but I did want to touch briefly, succinctly, on the demand response goals. On behalf of BGE and PHI, we respectfully urge the Commission to not establish a demand response goal at this time. Demand response and load management programs are undergoing the most significant transformation since their inception, evolving into year-round resources with enhanced flexibility, locational capabilities, and will inevitably look to include diverse enrollment opportunities across device types. As an example, if a megawatt goal is imposed, it would not only create unnecessary confusion with our PJM commitments, but it would also fail to capture the true health and effectiveness of voluntary programs designed to be increasingly dynamic and adaptable. Moreover, a megawatt goal risks disincentivizing segments of customers, particularly multifamily properties where megawatt contributions are traditionally limited per participant. Instead, BGE and PHI recommend allowing the future planning workgroup additional time to consider the collaborative discussions on an appropriate demand response goal and load management objectives that align with the evolving landscape of the policies. This approach will ensure that discussions can fully incorporate the impacts of the DRIVE Act proposals, which also include DERs that emphasize flexible load management, locational dispatch, seasonal peaks, and equitable inclusion of LMI and underserved and overburdened customers. With that, I conclude BGE's comments.
Actually, Chair, if I briefly just address the legal statutory interpretation issue with respect to DHCD's goals. So I think our comments raise the practical implications of what's at stake here. But in terms of what this commission has to do, you all have the authority and the responsibility of interpreting the specific language. That provision specifically is 7224A2, which reads, for the period 2025 to 2033, the programs and services required under paragraph 1 of this subsection shall be on a trajectory to achieve greenhouse gas reductions after 2027 of at least 0.9% of the baseline determined under subsection B of this section. I won't belabor the point. I think that provision on its plain reading is ambiguous. And in terms of interpreting that provision, just 2 points in terms of statutory interpretation. One, BG believes that it's inappropriate to consider post-enactment statements by members of the General Assembly in interpreting statutory language. The history, the legislative history, as we all know, is a commonplace place to look to try to understand the intent of the General Assembly when it passed the bill. But individual members of the General Assembly can't speak as if they are speaking on behalf of the General Assembly in terms of legislative intent. Because as the commission is doing its work of interpreting the statute, it's not the intent of individual members of the General Assembly that you should be after. It's the collective intent of the General Assembly that passed the bill that we should be after. And then secondly, I believe Mr. Knight mentioned this, in interpreting the statute, one of the rules of statutory interpretation is that the statute should be interpreted in such a way to avoid absurd outcomes. The outcome that's at stake here is that DHCD, despite its best efforts, has struggled tremendously to achieve its current goals. And the question becomes, is it reasonable to conclude that the General Assembly intended, despite that fact, to increase the goal or the target for DHCDs? And finally, in terms of the ratepayer impact, the General Assembly is well aware of concerns about increasing the surcharge for the EmPOWER programs. Understanding that, is it reasonable to conclude that the General Assembly intended that the budget that DHCD would need to increase its GHG reductions target, if you take OPC's and MEA's interpretation, is it reasonable to conclude that the General Assembly intended that? And with that, we're available for questions.
All right. So regarding your point about legislative intent, I mean, we get helpful suggestions from all sorts of folks about how to interpret things, and I understand that, you know, the statutory history process for legislation in the Maryland General Assembly is not the equivalent of what it is at the federal level with the congressional record and all that. But we will do our best to interpret what they were asking us to do. So, with that, any questions for Commissioner Suchman?
Okay, I'd like to talk about DERs. And you're asking that we not set a goal for DERs, notwithstanding the fact that there are provisions in EmPOWER that can help us to better implement DERs within Maryland. So the concern I have is I mean, we've had DER discussions in other proceedings where people have said, well, look to EmPOWER. And now you're telling us in EmPOWER, look to the Drive Act and look somewhere else. And this siloing of proceedings, I speak about it all the time. And the problem is that we are not able to do our job effectively and efficiently if we silo ourselves and only look to the particular proceedings. There is more than $1 billion annually in EmPOWER, and the idea of not taking advantage of DER potential here with EmPOWER money sort of misses the whole point of what we're trying to accomplish. The idea of not then looking to goals, it doesn't really is inconsistent with what we're trying to do in EmPOWER, in the Drive Act, in all of the different proceedings that we have in play. So I don't really like being told to look to other proceedings when we have $1 billion in this program. So I appreciate the statement that you made about the flexibility that we have and the fact that it is voluntary, but there's no reason why we shouldn't be looking to enhance DER participation. And the best way that we can look to see how well we're doing is to look to see how we're doing when compared to a goal. So I just think that it's that we're losing opportunities and we're losing efficiencies when we silo ourselves and just look at EmPOWER here, and then we look at energy storage and we look at DERs in other contexts. That makes no sense to me.
So, Commissioner Suchman, we actually had your concerns about siloing in mind when we put this position on paper. And the thought process was that I don't believe we have collectively concluded that demand response is appropriately housed in EmPOWER. And so the thinking was it wouldn't make sense for us to come up with a demand response goal in EmPOWER now while those other discussions are ongoing, because it sort of locks you in. The other thing to keep in mind, I guess this is more of a question, is what does it mean for utilities to have a demand response goal in EmPOWER? I mean, we had the discussion earlier about potential penalties for utilities, failure to achieve certain goals. Would the same apply for a demand response goal? In light of the fact that a demand response program is entirely based on customer participation, what does that mean? So it raises a lot of questions that I don't think we have thought through. And I think the company's position now is to say, let's continue the conversation to make sure that when we, if we get to the point of saying, one, demand response is appropriately housed in EmPOWER, okay, and then two, in terms of establishing a goal, what does that actually mean?
Well, but that's the whole point, is that if you suggest that it be housed in EmPOWER, it suggests that it's empowered to the exclusion of other proceedings. I think DERs have a place in lots of different proceedings, and the whole point is to try to look to other proceedings and the other things that we're doing to make efficient the kinds of DER programs that we're looking at in EmPOWER. And maybe we're saying the same thing, but what I was hearing was that we're not going to do a DER goal because it should be looked at in other proceedings. And what I'm saying to you is that there's a lot of money here, and if we're looking for customers to do the right thing, you know, maybe some of that EmPOWER money should be used to incentivize them. So all of this, we're not mandating that customers put in high efficiency HVAC systems or buy new appliances. There's nothing in EmPOWER that's a mandate. But what we're using money to incentivize customers to do what we think are the right things. There's no reason why we can't be looking at EmPOWER and using EmPOWER as to leverage engagement in other proceedings and vice versa. And that's what I'm worried that when you're suggesting we need to look to other places, that's not what I want. And it may be that we're not ready to do goals for DER, but we certainly don't want to look to DER within the EmPOWER context and say, should it be here or not be here? Because my attitude is DERs should be everywhere.
Yeah.
And there's lots of DER opportunities in lots of different proceedings.
No, I think you're right. That I don't think we're saying different things. I think it's sort of, at this point, it's the timing. Is to say, have we thought through all of the implications of this and what this means in terms of your point, Commissioner Suchman, about not seeing EmPOWER as the place for demand response, or drive as the place for demand response. The point that I was making is that EmPOWER programs are funded through the EmPOWER surcharge. And in terms of utilities meeting their statutory goals, another question that I think we have to think through is, should utilities be able to point to programs that are not funded by EmPOWER in assisting it to achieve its statutory goals? So if as you're suggesting, you don't want a universe where, for example, EmPOWER demand response is housed in drive. That's in that proceeding. If I understand what you want correctly, I think you want to be able to consider demand response, even if we determine after consideration that drive is the appropriate place for demand response. You want to be able to consider that in terms of the EmPOWER programs.
Only if EmPOWER is providing some incentives.
Right.
If it's not, no. I mean, I think that is, but there's no reason why the program can't be in lots of different places, and there's no reason why EmPOWER money can't be used to help the DER movement along.
Yeah, agreed. I just think we just have to think through some of these questions, and I just don't think we've had the time to really flesh all of this out.
I think that's fair. I just didn't want the suggestion that we can't do goals because that belongs someplace else. And it may just be that you need more information and a little bit more focus, and I'm okay with that. So I just wanted to make that clear that DERs remain very important, and to the extent that EmPOWER can help to move the needle along in terms of DERs, that I would encourage the utilities to look to.
Understood.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Linton, anything? Oh, all right. Commissioner Barbe? Commissioner McLean? All right, going.
He's looking at the statute now.
Okay, all right. Blah, 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 blah. All right, so let me
Thank you. I wasn't quite sure if we were going to have an order or quite how that was going to go, but thank you. Jim Gravatt on behalf of the Maryland Energy Efficiency Advocates. When we were here 2.5 weeks ago, I introduced my comments with a reference to statute and where it says that EmPOWER should encourage and promote the efficient use and conservation of energy, demand response, and beneficial electrification by consumers, electric companies, gas companies, and the department in support of the greenhouse gas emissions reductions goals and targets. And I again call that out because the reason we recommend a longer-lived measure adjustment, a focus on increasing the savings goal generally by about 10 to 12% on the electric side, is because we believe that that is more consistent with what the statute is trying to achieve and more consistent with the climate goals of the state. Let's promote savings that are going to last, that will have a lasting impact on improving emissions, reducing emissions, and that will also provide long-lasting energy savings, bill savings to customers. You do that with longer-lived measures. And one thing that I think has been really notably missing from some of the discussions here today about costs this, costs that, this is going to increase costs, is that everybody seems to have forgotten that there are benefits that result from those investments. And you can't talk about costs without talking about what you get for the money. So we propose a longer-lived measure adjustment, and both on the electricals and on the gas goals in particular. I believe BGE's gas savings portfolio that their proposed gas savings goal is based on is around 60% behavior program savings, 1-year measure life, 60% behavior program. So it seems reasonable to push that in the direction of longer-lived measures that are going to provide more benefits to ratepayers. And I think, as has been noted, there's nothing prescriptive about this for the utilities. It's a goal. They can achieve it through any mix of programs that they see fit, but by increasing the goal with this adjustment, it encourages, I think, the utilities to do more with longer-lived measures, HVAC equipment, electrification, building shell improvements. And I should have said at the beginning, I also, as BGE said, I think the Future Programming Work Group was a really collaborative, effective work group process. I really appreciate the contributions that all the parties made. I think there were a lot of concessions all around it. It was a good group. I want to say another thing about costs, which is, and I've said this morning, where's the cost audit? Where's the cost accountability that ensures that the utility investments are appropriate and prudent and EmPOWER? I'm not sure I've ever seen where that assessment has been done. I haven't seen either, when the utilities come in and talk about costs, I haven't seen them come in and say, we've been thinking about this, and here's a proposal that we think will allow us to deliver these programs more efficiently and save money for ratepayers. Now, maybe they're having those conversations, but I haven't heard it here. I have not seen the utilities come in and say, and again, maybe they're having the conversations, but I haven't heard it here. Here's a proposal for how, instead of having 5 different electric utilities with redundant administration implementing the same types of programs, possibly using the same program vendor, here's how we can have one utility manage that for all the utilities, and we can reduce our overhead costs. And I don't know why those things are not being looked at. Mr. Michel said this morning that some other parties are going to come in and recommend a third-party implementation, but that's going to cost money too. Well, of course it's going to cost money, but it has the opportunity to reduce a lot of redundant administration, and it has, I think, the opportunity for perhaps more flexible implementation. Maybe some of this, we just had a very long discussion about payment times for the midstream program. And, if we talk to Energy Solutions, which is a program vendor, they routinely make their payments in 15 days. DHCD makes their payments in 15 days. So there may be things that are inherent in the utility structure that make that much more challenging. I think it's worth exploring, hence my recommendation, that the commission direct a study on whether third-party implementation would provide benefits compared to utility implementation. On the DHCD goal question, as I said earlier, I was really quite upset when I read the Exelon Utilities comments, and I don't know if any of them were here for any of the conversations that led to that goal being developed in HB 169. I was here at the commission for years, pointing out over and over again how small a fraction of the EmPOWER savings were going to low-income customers.
This is the last one.
For, in some cases, 0.5% of the EmPOWER program savings were going to low-income, maybe 2%, maybe 1.5%, compared to other utilities that were getting 3 to 4%. The 1% savings goal in HB 169 would lead to roughly 5.2% of the DHCD would be required to get 5.2% of the savings that the utilities have to get for their customers, for their non-low-income customers. As I showed in the comments that we filed on Friday about the DHCD goal, looking at it as an annual goal with a life cycle multiplier, which is what the independent evaluator team worked up, that would be about 4.9% of what just on the electric side of what the electric utility. So it would be very, very consistent with 169. That makes sense to me. That seems consistent with what I've been recommending for many years for low-income savings. That 1% threshold was my proposal initially. So there's a lot of history there, probably a decade's worth. And to suggest that because of the costs in the rates are going to be higher, we should not pursue that goal, but we should minimize the goal, to me I mean, it's shameful, really. The customers who are the most vulnerable, who are most exposed to utility rate increases, but we're going to minimize the amount of savings and benefits that we give them because it's going to cost too much. That's pushing us back before 169 was passed, back to the days when, we just didn't care so much about the low-income customers despite all the language about it. The other thing I want to say about costs, the Future Programming Work Group did not discuss costs. The work group did not do any analytical or evidence-based assessment of what the costs might be. We lacked those data, and so therefore we did not go there. At least that's how I would describe it. The utilities say, well, it's going to cost more to get this, and I say, well, compared to what? As I said, what are the proposals to reduce the costs? But compared to what? As I pointed out, over the last several years, in comments on plans and semi-annual reports, the utility estimates are wildly erratic. Their cost estimates they can get double the savings for 3/4 of the cost. This is based on their filings. So do we put stock in those estimates when we decide that it's going to cost too much, therefore we shouldn't do it? I think more evidence would be really important in making those kinds of decisions. So I think I just want to close and say, the last thing I want to say about the utility goal and about the costs associated with it. When this goal was originally framed, it's a time when the power utilities had to achieve 2% savings for their customer base. The proposal was never that they should achieve parallel to that 2% savings for the low-income customers, because the parties recognized that was going to be cost prohibitive. So that 1% savings goal from 169 already addresses the fact that low-income savings have a higher cost to achieve. If we then further erode that by saying, well, it's actually over 6 years, not 1 year, and I realize there's some language translation issues in going to 864, that just really undermines the purpose and the thought behind the previous goal. So we firmly recommend to the Commission that it adopt the process and the methods that the Future Programming Work Group developed, but with a longer-lived adjustment for the electric utilities and for BGE's gas goals. and that it adopt an annual goal for DHCD with the caveat, as I laid out in the comments. I don't see why, in determining what the goal that DHCD must achieve based on gas emissions, I don't see why that should have a longer lived measure life, I mean much longer, than the gas utilities have. The gas utilities are in the 5. I thought they were both under 6 years. Staff's comment said WGL was more like 8 something. Regardless, the measure life used to determine DHCD's goal based on gas emissions was nearly 20 years. And that's, in terms of comparability, that doesn't make sense to me. So I recommend using the same measure life for DHCD's gas portion of the goal as is used for the utilities. And I think that would reduce that portion of it probably to between 1/3 and 1/2 of what it is as developed by the independent evaluator. Thank you very much.
Okay, question for Commissioner McLean.
Good afternoon, sir. Given that the work group really didn't talk about costs, are you concerned about, the potential costs versus the potential benefits? Are the benefits that we could get going to outweigh the potential costs that we really don't know what they are yet?
Well, I believe, I'm not concerned about that. I believe that the benefits will outweigh the costs, especially using the Maryland jurisdictional specific test, which includes emissions benefits and so forth. But I've always been concerned about impact on ratepayers and believe that cost efficiency is critical, cost prudency is critical, both in the utility and the DHCD programs.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioner Linton?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I've been looking at the DHCD goals issue that apparently everybody has a bit of a different opinion on. And I thought I had an idea about what was going on until I heard a few interpretations. And so now I've got to join the work group and I don't know. So I guess my question is, and I guess this could be for either BGE or for MEEA. If we allow you some time, as several parties have suggested, to talk about this with the work group, is that something that's going to be useful or beneficial?
For the DHCD goal?
Yes.
I don't believe it would really be beneficial at this point in time. I think they're pretty clearly differentiated perspectives on it. So I don't think so. I think at the time that the initial work group report was developed, it was news. We really hadn't had time to process this, but I think in the subsequent couple of weeks, speaking for MEEA anyway, we have certainly looked at that. The independent evaluator has done some analysis, and I think we have the information we need. They're just different views on what the priority should be.
Okay.
Commissioner Linton, from BG standpoint, I think it would actually be of benefit to the commission to have the work group look into the costs, because in terms of the commission's decision in setting DHCD's goals, the commission has a responsibility to consider ratepayer impact and the cost effectiveness of these programs. And so I'm frankly confused that in the first half of today's hearing there was some stated concern from Mr. McGrath and OPC about ratepayer impacts, and having admitted that we haven't had the opportunity to consider what would be the ratepayer impact if we set DHCD goals as Mr. McGrath and OPC is suggesting. I don't understand how one could say they have concerns about ratepayer impact but not be willing to take the time to consider what those impacts would be.
So what would be the benefit to the parties in the work group setting discussing these issues? That I understand you suggest it would be a benefit to the commission. Are you suggesting there's something else we're going to get?
Yeah, the information itself, we as a work group and the commission should have an interest in knowing what will be the ratepayer impact if we set DHCD's goals at point A or point B. I mean, that's sort of in my view, an obvious piece of information that's missing from this discussion, and I think it's pivotal to the commission's decision in terms of setting DHCD's goals.
Could I jump in? I am here on behalf of DHCD, and it's very interesting to sit here and hear everyone talk about DHCD's goals without getting to share DHCD's perspective. My name is Amy Grasso, Grasso, with the Office of the Attorney General on behalf of DHCD. And I first wanted to ask the Commission and Chairman Hoover if you'd like to hear from DHCD at this time, or if you'd like for us to wait until everyone's kind of, discussed. It's not the usual flow.
No, I understand. So actually, why don't you go ahead?
Go ahead. Okay, good. So I want to first make clear that DHCD is not instigating, is not being adversarial. DHCD wants to do the right thing. And the language, DHCD, and I on behalf of DHCD, think it's very clear. It doesn't reference an annual target. It just doesn't. And so we appreciate all of the filings that have taken place and all of this, the letters that have been submitted and the perspective of legislative history. But at the end of the day, yes, the cardinal rule is that we look at legislative intent, and legislative intent is determined by the statutory language in black and white. And so it's there. DHCD will absolutely do what the Commission instructs it to do, but it wants to be clear that this is an instruction from the Commission, because the last thing it wants to do is just kind of interpret a statute and move along and do these things and then, realize later that it shouldn't have been taking action that it took. I had just a few points to add to DHCD's perspective. So one of the things I wanted to mention, and I think it might have been mentioned earlier, but 7-223 does lay out annual targets for the electric utilities. And so you have 7-223, and then you have 7-224 that talks about DHCD. I think we all acknowledge DHCD is somewhat special in the context of all of this, and DHCD does not have annual targets laid out. There's no mention of the word annual or the word yearly or anything along those lines. It just says that, it's already been recited for you, but for the period of 2025 to 2023, the programs and services shall be on a trajectory to achieve greenhouse gas reductions after 2027 of at least 9% of the baseline, as is calculated later. So it's saying from 25 to 2023, they should be on a trajectory to receive 0.9% of that baseline. I struggle to find the ambiguity. I appreciate BG's perspective, and I think if we had to get in the conversation of what was intended or what the impacts on DHCD would be, DHCD would have a lot to say. But at this point, it's just, the statute says what it says, and DHCD doesn't think that there's any room to go further than what it says. Let's see, I think I had one more thing to mention. Some of the filings fail to distinguish between further statutory history and just statutory intent. So there's statutory intent exists, and that does not mean that you always look and see what everybody intended by the statute, which I think you all know this, but it means that you first look at the words of the statute, and if they tell you what you need to know, you don't really go any further. And it's interesting, there was a filing by OPC that referenced the cardinal rule of statutory interpretation and said it's to ascertain and effectuate the intent of the legislature. But the very next line in that case says, in doing so, we first look to the language of the statute to determine its plain meaning, and we neither add or delete language. So I don't think there's any reason to be adding in the word annual or the word yearly. And so we just asked for you to consider that. I also wanted to request, since there were several filings on the 14th that DHCD may like to respond to, that DHCD have an opportunity to submit something in writing. Perhaps by this Friday, it wouldn't take very long to do.
That's fine.
And I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Questions for DHCD?
Thank you.
Got one.
Just one. And I appreciate the comments. We did hear several parties suggest that DHCD's interpretation was a surprise to them.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything you'd like to say in response to that?
I would. And I'm sorry, I don't recall which filing this was, but in one of the filings that was received on the 14th, there was a mention to the fact that all of the parties assumed that this was an annual goal. And I think at some point DHCD was looking at, making the numbers work and said, what's going on here? And then somebody said, why do you think it's an annual goal, DHCD? It doesn't say annual, it doesn't say yearly. Why are you reading it that way? So I do think that there was this assumption, and kind of the whole work group was operating that way. I didn't participate in the work group discussions, but my client is here and can give you further information on that. But that is kind of my best guess as to why it took so long to come to light.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, actually, I have one question for BG&E on this issue of the longer life measure adjustment. Is the BG&E opposed to that as a concept, or just sort of the practicalities of doing it?
For that, I'd defer to my technical expert.
So the longer life measure adjustment assumes in our calculation of our goal, we essentially looked at the most recent filings, looked at the distribution of the different measures, and I can also defer to Mr. Loper because his team is the one that developed this, but basically looked at the existing portfolio, came to a pooled weighted average UL, to get nerdy about it, value. And so this represented the existing portfolio built in with the other assumptions that Mr. Zhang outlined for setting the goal. The longer life measure adjustment takes, basically, if you think of a table, 1 through all the way out through 25 years, and adding an additional weight of 20% at the year 16. This is not an analytically based solution. This is not a market research. This is just saying the average, and this is, I believe 16 was chosen because it was the average length of HVAC measures. So this is saying that we think that the portfolio should consist of 20% more HVAC, essentially, measures. We have concerns with that because essentially that raises the cost. To Mr. Gravat's points, we are always looking for ways to deliver programs more efficiently and more cost effectively and affordably for customers, but a higher goal means that the utilities need to move more widgets. And Commissioner Barva, you mentioned in the previous hearing, a lot of those low-hanging fruit have already been picked. We are left with the more expensive, less affordable options for customers that cost more on the surcharge and more for customers. So our position is essentially a goal that is higher based on an adder into the calculation, which is provided for in HB 864. It is the intent of the stakeholders to emphasize longer lived measure lives with this, but the effect is simply a higher goal, and it doesn't provide the utilities any additional levers to pull to meet that goal.
All right, well, if this becomes part of a PIM, does that change your view on it?
It's the same thing. The baseline is then higher. And if your PIM is, I'm going to pick an absurd number so we're not tied to this. If the PIM is we only get a reward at 250%, then that 250% is then higher. And that only results in the utilities having to plan to achieve more GHG savings, which no matter how efficient we get, working with the stakeholders and with our program design, no matter how effectively we deliver the programs, achieving more pounds of GHG gets more expensive the higher you set the goal.
Okay. All right.
Chair, before you go on, I did want to make a clarifying point on the DHCD goal setting. So I had offered in response to Commissioner Linton's question that the Commission should maybe ask the work group to get the information in terms of what the ratepayer impact would be. I just wanted to note that we would need a Commission decision by January 1 on that issue because DHCD goals informs the utilities goals.
I see. Okay, all right. All right, so I take it the longer life idea was yours, correct?
Absolutely.
So if you want to respond to my question to to BG&E, go right ahead, although I actually need to get to everybody else
No,
in the
you
room
do.
here, so.
I actually wanted to say something about the DHCD goals, and if I don't
Okay,
really
but,
quick.
but just, well, hit 2 points, but let's be concise.
Absolutely. So the first is history of the goal. For years, low-income customers paid more in the surcharge than was spent on low-income programs. In DHCD's 24 to 26 plan, they said, with a 70,000 megawatt hour goal, finally, low-income customers will get the investment in programs that overcomes that year after year not paying in. This, then cutting that to 1/6 of that means low-income customers, it's going to become more regressive again. They will be paying more in than they're getting out of it. And I guess that's really the only point I wanted to make. Thank you for your indulgence.
Okay. Well, actually, so do you have any comment about my questions to BG&E about the longer life adjustment?
I believe there's ample opportunity out there for longer-lived measures.
Mhm.
Odds are it will probably cost more, but maybe not as much as is suggested. I think it's worth scrutiny, but I think the place for that to happen is in the development of the plans. I'm not sure the work group talking about it is going to reveal anything profound.
Okay, all right, fair enough. So let me go on this side and then that side, and so.
Great. Justin Barry, B-A-R-R-Y. I'm here with Green and Healthy Homes Initiative. So appreciate the chance to comment. We participated in the future programming work group. We had comments reflected in the work report. Wanted to join the conversations today to expand on, I think I'll focus on the 2 points on the EUL piece following up on the conversation, as well as the DHCD goal. So we are supportive of the longer lived measure adjustment as well. We agree with what Jim described with the policy priority alignment. Also felt like it'd be helpful to comment on the process that we think leads to supporting this. You know, in calculating the estimated useful life, we referenced the previous plans while excluding certain measures that were no longer relevant. And so if the goal of the commission is to see the future plans move in a slightly different direction, which we understand is part of the update to the program, feel that it's appropriate to include the longer lived measure adjustment, as Jim described it, as a way of balancing out looking at past portfolios otherwise. Without that, the plans you're looking at wouldn't be either achieving the goals or be developing in the future. Obviously, it's not prescriptive, so the measure mix may change, but just to reference how those EULs were originally calculated. Wanted to describe that. We think it's really valuable having longer lived measures. We think there's great benefits to the program and to customers to seeing those, and so we're supportive of it. On the DHCD goal, appreciate how DHCD described their approaching this and their collaboration, having conversations afterwards. We were among the groups that were surprised by this. What I wanted to highlight was I was involved in a lot of the legislative advocacy conversations. Jim described as a high priority to see more savings driven in low-income programs. Changing the law with HB 169 was understood as a way to do that. What I feel like would be helpful to highlight here is that taking the DHCD interpretation of the law to this 6-year goal of the time to achieve the savings would be a notable departure from what the law is. In the 2026 program, the goal for DHCD was 1%, right? So just to reference, if we're saying there's some ambiguity, want to call attention to the fact that stretching the goal out over 6 years is a significant departure from 2026, which is why we were notably surprised that there hadn't been conversation about there being that significant of a change. Again, we think it's important to drive the investments in low-income households, especially while there's affordability issues, while the state has energy and climate goals. That was a part of the advocacy for seeing this change. Just want to call attention again to the significant departure that this would be and why we were surprised that it came up in this setting. And we hope that gives some context to the commission to take seriously what would be a notable change with this interpretation DHCD is presenting. I think that covers my comments, so happy to answer questions.
Any questions? Seeing none? All right.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Lizelle Rory, L-E-Z-A-E-L, last name R-O-R-I-E. on behalf of SMECO, and my comments are just around the effective useful life and this idea of a long-lived measure. I would just like to echo the sentiments of the Exelon Utilities and staff. We too are opposed to arbitrarily increasing the effective useful life through this long life measure adjustment. And just a few thoughts maybe to add some color around that. In our 25 Q1, Q2 report, our portfolio average EUL was 7.5. Without the long life measure, the portfolio average for the next programming cycle would be about 9.6. So we're already moving in the direction of going towards long-lived measures. We don't believe there's any reason to arbitrarily increase that further. It's a very simple formula. The higher the EUL, the higher the goal for the utilities, and the more the programs will cost. And affordability is at the forefront of everyone's mind. I'd like to also highlight that we have the opportunity through these programs and promoting these programs to be out in the community. In our Q1, Q2 report, we highlighted 45 events that we've done in the first half of this year. And I'll tell you that when we go out and talk to our members, affordability is a key issue. So anything that sort of increases the goal, increases the surcharge for members is of concern for us. And to sort of echo what was said by BG&E, this adjustment was not based on any sort of potential study. It's meant to include, in part, electrification measures, and specifically for SMECO, being highly electrified, we don't have as much potential for those types of measures as other parts of the state. So with that, I'm also here for any questions.
Okay, seeing none.
Jeremy Good, Montgomery County. I briefly want to touch on a couple items. One is regarding gas equipment incentives, and this has been covered multiple times. I think what I just want to highlight is it doesn't really pass the common sense test. So for Marylanders now to be installing equipment that potentially lasts 20 years, that puts us at 2045 or 2046, really. And as we get into a new era of gas pipeline replacement and costs, that's doing a disservice to them. Excuse me. So we feel that if WGL is unable to reach their goals without gas incentives, we would advocate for either lowering those standards, lowering the requirement, or considering a third-party administrative model where those things would be pulled in because all gas customers are also electric customers. Secondly, getting to the other third-party piece is third-party involvement in the process, and we've really appreciated the DHCD model for this and have participated over recent years. And I think that's a way to achieve multiple things. One is to potentially lower costs by getting the best ideas into the mix early on. And I think given our time, I'll leave it at that. I'm happy for your questions.
Question. All right, seeing none.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Nicole Zeichner again from OPC. OPC supports the long-lived measures adjustment to the electric utilities GHG reduction goals. We did not advocate for higher goals than required by statute, which would be within the Commission's purview, but we do believe that this adder, or this, it's not exactly an adder, the longer-lived measure adjustment would encourage longer-lived savings and more, I guess, profound GHG reduction methods than some that are currently being utilized. And as Mr. Gravatt stated, the utilities are not being forced to do anything in particular. They have the flexibility to write their programs as they wish. There's a program planning process, but the goal is that this just encourages longer-lived measures. And then regarding the DHCD goal, my colleague will speak to that, but I would just point out that we have an issue of statutory interpretation, and the cost is not a tenet of statutory interpretation. If we decide to interpret the statute following the tenets of statutory interpretation by Maryland courts, and it turns out that that would be very expensive, and it does seem like that might be a legislative fix, but I think the statutory interpretation is where we have to go with this. And then finally, regarding demand response, OPC has been very supportive of a demand response goal. We do think there's a lot of value there. We know from the potential study that there is a lot of, I hate to say it again, potential there with demand response within EmPOWER. OPC presented a straw proposal to the future programming work group. We had to adjust some figures. We've explained that adjustment, and now we need to revise a few documents and circulate them to the work group. But conversations are occurring on that, and we continue to be supportive of that. Thank you, and I'm going to allow my colleague to go into the DHCD issue further.
So, questions? All right, Commissioner Sussman.
So, Ms. Eichler, I just wanted to ask you about the DER goal. So, is the expectation, at least from your on your side, that you will have some proposal for us to consider in terms of a goal?
So OPC made a proposal to the work group, and the thought was, we originally thought that the commission would need to make a decision by the end of the year to provide the utilities with that goal by January 1st. That is a little expedited because the work group, this is a long process. Some utilities have said they might be comfortable getting that goal by February 1st, and then some utilities have said they would like to submit their Drive Act plans first. We would like the commission to get a goal in time for the utilities to have it or a proposed goal in time for the utilities to have it by February 1st. But maybe the work group leader can speak to those conversations a little more. But we don't, OPC does not want to wait until the Drive Act proposals are submitted, because that, I believe, is March or April. So I think then we're pushing that pretty far out.
Okay.
But that's the last conversation we had about it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So, actually, before you, so the question I asked BG&E about the long life goals, does your view on this change if it's wrapped up in a PIM?
And by Mr. Chairman, do you mean wrapped up in a PIM as in?
So we, ask them to do this, but we couch it in the terms of a performance incentive measure.
And what you're saying, Mr. Chairman, is there might be an additional goal metric where there would be an earning if they performed it. And we would like to see it. Of course, OPC would like to see it.
Right,
anyway.
I understand that, but
yes,
I'm just trying to get a sense of, what you could, live with, or is it, is your concern about the PIM strong enough that it's like, even if we get this other thing that we like, we're not willing to live with that? So.
We do oppose a PIM with a reward, but do I think the utilities would be? I don't want to speak for the utilities, but if they were asked to do something and were rewarded for that, in addition to what the EmPOWER statute requires, would that maybe be better for that? Would they be happier with that result? Maybe, but OPC still. Our big concern with the PIM is we don't want to see rewards, but our second concern is we really don't want to see anything at less than 100% of statutory goal achievement. Beyond that, adding in other metrics by which the utilities could earn above the statutory goal, I do think that would be their OPC's third best course of action there.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Ed Miller with Potomac Edison Company. Would like to provide some additional clarification regarding the discussion around longer-lived measures and the Commission's interest in having an increase in longer-lived measures included in the upcoming program cycle goal structure. The clarification that I would like to just make is that the proposed goal structure already inherently includes an increase in longer life measures. I think that's been noted by SMECO, citing that the effective useful life under the current goal structure was approximately 7.7 years. The proposed goal structure is 9.6 years. And really the reason that's one of the reasons, or a few of the reasons why that is occurring, is I think it was noted earlier that the goal structure does start with the utility's current approved program plans with some modifications. The modifications included not only excluding the CVR savings from the portfolios as was previously approved as part of a different working group, but also due to the increase in the goal structure from 2.25% in the current cycle to 2.5% in the next program cycle. So effectively, the proposed goal already includes a sizable increase in the effective useful life of the measures. Thank you.
Okay, question for PE. All right.
Good evening, Chair Hoover. Good evening, Commissioners. Portia Ojo for OPC. I'd like to speak on the DACD goal and OPC's comments filed on November 14th has most of our comments, so I'll briefly mention them. So the rules of statutory interpretation, we did mention in our comments that statute must be interpreted as a whole so that no word, clause, sentence, or phrase will be rendered superfluous, meaningless, or negatory. And if the words of the statute are ambiguous, a court considers the structure of the statute, how it relates to other laws, its general purpose, and the relative rationale, the legal effect of various competing construction. OPC has 4 main points to make, and I did hear a lot of people mention PUA 7-224A2, but OPC is stating that this should not be read alone. It should be read with 7-224A 5 and 6. When it's read collectively or together, it's read together to give the interpretation that DACD goal should be on a trajectory to achieve 0.9 GHG reduction within the period of 2028 to 2033 over a course of each 3-year cycle. And also with the legislative intent, it supports an annual GHG reduction goal trajectory for DACD. When you look at the fiscal and the policy notes of House Bill A64, it talks about the fact that it should be on a trajectory to achieve GHG reduction of at least 0.9% of the 2016 baseline after 2027. So with all this together, you can see that it's not only for that aggregate goal or cumulative goal that DACD tends to interpret. When you also look at the fiscal note, it talks about the ongoing, it makes mention of this. The fiscal note further emphasizes that unlike other agencies, DACD must directly implement GHG emissions reduction plan, and ongoing DACD savings/costs are assumed to be incremental. So the legislative assumption of incremental savings directly contradicts what DACD's argument is, saying that it's a single stagnant goal over the period of 6 years. And also, Delegate Chakudian has mentioned in her letter that she put before October 14, 2025, that the legislative intent has been confirmed that it's supposed not to be an aggregate of 0.9 over the multiple years, but an annual goal. And OPC tends to support MEEA that it's highly unlikely that the legislature in passing HB 864, which directly stems from the previous law, HB 169, which had incremental goal of 1%, and it had incremental goal to just give 0.9 goal over 6-year period. And with that, I'm available for any questions.
Mr. Sussman.
So I'm just trying to figure out, so if we were to impose a goal and DHCD were unable to meet the goal, what would be the consequences of that from OPC's perspective?
I believe that the statute said that it's supposed to be of at least 0.9%. So the statute had all this in mind to be able to give DHCD goal of meeting it at least 0.9%.
No, but
annually.
if it can't meet the goal for whatever reason, you establish a goal and you want us to mandate a goal. So if DHCD were unable to meet the goal, what would be the consequences of that?
I believe that the Commission has a lot of powers to.
So we could fine them?
Not exactly.
We could, I mean, I'm trying to sort of play it out. I mean, when you put mandates in place, then the expectation is you're going to be able to have some recourse if the party is not able to meet the goal.
Mr. Suchman, I might say that right now, if the utilities don't meet their EmPOWER goals, or if DHCD doesn't meet its EmPOWER goal, there is no practical consequence. There's no, as far as I know, there's never been a fine. I know we're now talking about a PIM.
But
with
we
the
could fine the utilities. I mean, we have that authority. I'm assuming. Well, I don't. We haven't talked to our general counsel, but I'm just sort of trying to play it out. If DHCD were not able to meet its goal.
I believe I will say this, I suggested this earlier, the word trajectory is used in DHCD's statute, but not in the statute governing the utilities. And I know that the way I understand that DHCD had to scale up because our office was involved in the conversation surrounding, everyone, I think many of us may have been involved in the conversation surrounding the passage of HB 864. I personally don't know, standing here, that there is a practical effect, and that is part of the reason why I even said this in a work group recently, I've wondered why there's so much resistance to higher goals, because there's often no harm or no practical impact if the goals are not met.
Well, okay, so as a regulator, I don't understand the point of putting in mandatory goals if the expectation is that we won't do anything if they don't meet them. That doesn't really make a lot of sense. I'm assuming from the utilities perspective, they're going to try to meet those goals, and that's going to involve more costs, and those costs are going to be passed on to ratepayers. I don't know that DHCD is in the same position, so then I'm sort of wondering what the point is in putting a mandate in. There really isn't any recourse, and DHCD doesn't have the ability to impose greater costs on ratepayers in order to meet the goals. So I'm from a practical perspective, I'm concerned about putting in something that has no effect, that makes no sense from a regulator's perspective.
Commissioner Suchman, I think what the commission could do, whenever a party has been unable to meet a goal or looked like they weren't going to meet a goal, they provided an explanation to the commission, and they told us why. And that's where I believe the commission could play a role. What does DHCD need to be able to meet its goal? Do we need, and I know that DHCD has consistently said that they have very good communication with the utilities, so this is just an example. Increased communication with the utilities, better marketing, maybe some joint marketing efforts. So although...
But the goal is, there's a trajectory to get to the goal. So to the extent that DHCD can't get there, I'm assuming they will tell us why.
That would be my assumption as well, and the commission does have the power over EmPOWER programming. And at that point, my thought would be that the commission would be able to maybe adjust programming as appropriate to help DHCD meet its goal. And I think that's the value. It's a benchmark. It's a benchmark to achieve. And if DHCD is unable to meet it, then I'm sure we will all hear why. And at that point, the question becomes, can this be remedied so that they can meet their goals?
Could I respond to that? Okay. Please. Amy Grasso again on behalf of DHCD. I think to start off, DHCD has a mission. It has a track record of trying very hard and accomplishing a lot in favor of the goals and the projections that it makes. It's not only driven by, possible consequence. At the same time, I just do not think it would be, as I said to my friend here, I don't think we need to get into the question of this kind of impossibility of achieving this, because the statutory language says what it says, and that is not what it says. If we got into this question of, well, it's ambiguous, that does lead down the path of, does this lead to a really absurd result? And it does. DHCD would need more money. I think 3.5 times the funds that it has now, something along those lines, to be able to reach this type of goal. I don't think that there's anything. It is a trajectory, as Ms. Eichner mentioned earlier. And I also want to mention that in that context, trajectory was an extra word that made things different for DHCD. And now we have different words in the context of 7-224 that, DHCD is saying makes things different for DHCD. So I just wanted to kind of point that out. But DHCD doesn't want to be held to, I can speak for my client, I think, an impossible standard. So either it gets more money and it reaches that standard, which I'm confident would do if it had the ability to do that, but then we have the question of additional costs, which, I know there are different perspectives on that. Or, it's held to the standard that's written pretty clearly in the statute, which is achievable and works with the, kind of the goals that DHCD already has set out. And there's Nicola.
Well, actually, before we go too far down this road, I guess my message to DHCD is try your best. If there's any problems that you see in this, then come to us and say, we said we were going to do X, Y, and Z. We can't because of whatever reasons, and we're going to be perfectly willing to make adjustments in the goals and the programs and things like that. So I don't want to get wrapped around the axle on this issue about, if you fail to meet the goals and what do we do, to it, because I've, been in state government long enough to know, how the world works. So I
Mr.
think,
Chairman, can I just make an observation? DHCD gets its money from the governor.
Right.
BG&E gets their money ultimately from us because we do rate cases. And I think it's very unfair to have a similar standard unless it's explicitly stated in statute.
Well, except the EmPOWER money
Right.
comes
I-
from.
Correct. And if I may clarify that, Nicola Tran, on behalf of DHCD, our EmPOWER money does come from the utilities to us. It doesn't come from the state budget. It is listed in the state budget, but it does come from the utilities, and through that way, we would be able to increase the surcharge, because if we're saying this is the target we need to meet and this is how much it costs to meet this target, then we take that to the utilities and say, utilities, please go ahead and collect that money for us to pass it on to us.
Okay.
So,
I
Mr.
stand
Chairman,
corrected.
I think maybe the lawyers are spending way too much time on this issue. So taking your lead, I mean, maybe it doesn't really make sense to try to find language that's not in the statute, and I think that it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense anyway. You guys will just do the best you can, and you'll come back to us if you're not able to.
Although I will say that the state legislature has been notorious for not fully funding agencies that are have independent funding sources.
Yeah.
I can think of 2 agencies like that right off the top of my bat.
Chair Hoover, I just wanted to clarify the record whether your instructions to DHCD also applies to the utilities. That we
well, actually, yeah. I mean, because my view about this is, and this was actually a concern I had about EmPOWER when it was originally created. That the one of the issues I saw was that these plans would be put forward, and and the companies would just plow ahead with it. And if it became obvious halfway through that, hey, this isn't working, this doesn't make any sense, they would just keep plowing ahead because that's what the plan was approved. And it was my view that there should be some ability to be flexible. So if a plan that looked really good on paper and looked really good starting out, for whatever reason doesn't work, stop doing it and do something else. So. All right, so let me turn to him, and then I guess you're going to get the last word. So.
Thank you, Commissioner. Albertine Juicy from the Maryland Energy Administration. I just want to comment on 2 things. First of all, the longer-lived measures. MEA does not support a longer-lived measure adjustment at this time, and agrees with the position expressed by staff. While we recognize the intent of the longer-lived measure adjustment, we believe that making such an adjustment prematurely could introduce unnecessary complexity and additional costs. And our primary concern is the potential impact on ratepayers. Given current affordability challenges, we believe that any methodology change that could increase program expenditures should be approached with caution. So we support maintaining the existing framework until more data is available to fully assess the long-term cost effectiveness and customer impact of a long-lived measure adjustment. We also wanted to comment on the WGL GHG reduction goal. We hold the position that WGL's goal should be held at the statutory minimum. We think that's the prudent approach at this time. Accelerating the gas sector's GHG targets, particularly as EmPOWER continues to incentivize gas equipment, will add we direct additional ratepayer funds towards these gas measures, and which do not produce enduring emission reductions or align with the state's long-term decarbonization goals. So those are the two areas I just wanted to comment on.
Okay, thank you. All righty.
Damon Krieger on behalf of SMECO. I was trying to squeeze in earlier because I had a real basic comment, but now I feel like I need to say something more profound. But let me start with the basic comment, which was in response to Chair Hoover, your question about PIMs and EULs. Again, recognizing the differences between utilities, SMECO is not interested in a PIM. It doesn't fit with a not-for-profit cooperative. So it is important to keep the two issues distinct because we do have concerns about the adjustment to the EUL, but for obvious reasons, again, PIMs don't apply to us.
I understand that part, so, yeah.
So
Okay.
Thank you. So I'll end there. It wasn't that
All right,
profound.
okay, fair enough. So,
It's very profound.
we could send a letter to your customers and owners saying what a good job you did, so.
Right, we're gonna have to get them a hat that
Yeah,
says we are really
so-
not a utility.
Send it as an email.
Looking at
No
staff,
postage.
is there anything else? So we are done today. All right, well, I thank everybody for spending the day with us, so.